Welcome and good morning to commissioners, commission staff, our panelists, and the public. We are live in San Juan, Puerto Rico at the Inter-American University of Puerto Rico Law School and watching and listening virtually. This briefing will come to order. This is a briefing of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights on civil rights implications of disaster relief, Hurricane María in Puerto Rico. It is 9:08 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time on December 10th, 2021. Commissioners present at this briefing are present virtually and in person, and they are Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Adegbile, Commissioner Gilchrist, Commissioner Harriet, Commissioner Kursanau, Commissioner Chladni, and Commissioner Yaki. A quorum of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights is present. I note for the record that the staff director and the court reporter are present. I wish to welcome everyone to our briefing on civil rights implications of disaster relief, Hurricane María in Puerto Rico. The field briefing has three goals. First, to review the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA or FEMA, and their role in disaster preparedness and response. Secondly, evaluate efforts by FEMA to comply with the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Act, along with other federal civil rights laws and policies. And three, compare the response of FEMA to significant hurricane systems, including but not limited to Hurricanes Harvey and Maria. Today's briefing will focus on the civil rights implications of the federal response and impact of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico by receiving testimony from subject matter experts such as government officials, academics, advocates, and during today's briefing, in-person public comments from those people who were impacted by the hurricanes. Before we begin our briefing, I'd like to address a few housekeeping matters. I share deep thanks to Commission staff who researched and brought today's briefing into being, including the expert team we have who worked on the logistics, for which organizing a field briefing is compounded by the global pandemic environment, and it presents a whole host of additional challenges. I'd also like to thank our partners, Puerto Rico, the Inter-American University of Puerto Rico Law School, its Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, Cesar Alvarado, and Professor and Commissioner of the Civil Rights Commission in Puerto Rico, Andres Cordova. The Civil Rights Commission in Puerto Rico, its Executive Director, Ever Padilla Ruiz, and their staff. Their partnership made the Commission's trip and today's briefing possible. A special thank you to the community leaders in El Caño and Loíza for meeting with us yesterday and sharing their collective ongoing efforts to rebuild their communities after Hurricane Maria. And finally, I thank Staff Director of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, Mauro Morales, for his leadership, and I thank my colleagues on the Commission for their leadership. A note on the resources available today. For anyone in need of language translation services, please see our staff and volunteers at the registration desk for translation equipment. If during the briefing anyone requires emotional support, please see one of our volunteers who will direct you to the therapists we have on site. This is very serious and some people may be triggered, and so we will be there for you. If you wish to sign up for the public comments, please see one of our volunteers who will direct you to the sign-up room for further information. And finally, the COVID cleaning protocol. Due to the ongoing pandemic, the university is taking extra precautions for this event. The briefing will break for 1 hour at lunch. Because the time is limited to complete this cleaning, please be sure to leave as soon as possible when we announce the break for lunch. And please be sure to take all your belongings with you, as we cannot guarantee they'll still be there, or maybe they will be so sanitized you won't recognize them. During the course of the testimony and the question and answer period, I caution all speakers, including our commissioners, to refrain from speaking over each other for the ease of transcription. Additionally, I will need to cue our staff behind the scenes for the appropriate video and audio support, so please wait to speak until I have called upon you. Panelists, you each have 7 minutes to speak. Please note that to ensure that we have sufficient time for our discussion this morning, I will enforce the 7-minute rule. Please monitor your time so you do not risk my cutting you off in mid-sentence, and I will do it. I will strictly enforce the time allotment given to each panelist to present his or her statement. And if we didn't receive your testimony, that's all right, because we can supplement the record. But when you've sent your testimony, that means that we have it and we've read it. So you can summarize it, and we will appreciate that so that you can use your 7 minutes best. Focus your remarks on the topic, and we will all be happy and smiling when this is over. After the panel presentation, commissioners will have the opportunity to ask questions within the allotted period of time. It varies from panel. The larger panels have an hour, the smaller panels have 45 minutes. And I will recognize the commissioners who wish to speak. I ask my fellow commissioners to do our part and keep our questions and comments concise, and to be cognizant of the interest of having each commissioner be allowed to ask questions. So please be brief, and so we can move quickly and efficiently. Today's briefing features 13 distinguished speakers who will provide us with a diverse array of viewpoints. Panel 1 will consist of speakers who will discuss the role and responsibilities in the execution of federal aid in response to natural disasters. Panel 2 will consist of advocacy, nonprofit relief groups, and academics who will discuss the impact of the federal government response on these communities. So with those bits of housekeeping out of the way, we're going to proceed. And I turn now to Commissioner Adegbeleng for opening remarks.
Good morning. It's good to be with you. I'd like to thank all of you for coming today, and the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights is very pleased to be here with you and to be here with you in person. Today's briefing continues what is a 60-year tradition of having this body, the United States Civil Rights Commission, come into the field to be proximate to the civil rights issues that face the people of the United States. We're very pleased to be here, and this is the third in a series of 3 briefings that we have had on hurricane response topics and FEMA's role. With this in-person briefing, we're also going to reintroduce a public comment session. In our prior briefings, 2 that I will describe in a moment, we did them virtually because of the pandemic. And in that virtual format, the public comment was difficult to accomplish. Today, due to the courtesy of our hosts here at Inter-American, we're going to be able to hear from public members that want to share their comments as well. As the chair noted, during our trip, we've already had the opportunity to travel a bit around the island and to see and hear, importantly, from members of the community. Yesterday, we spent some powerful hours with the people at El Caño and then at Loíza, as you've heard. Those meetings added layers to the continuing difficulties that people face on the other side of the hurricane, and animated for us in a very powerful way what the continuing needs are to recover. Hearing from those members was an integral part of this trip. The purpose of our study, as the chair has noted, is to gather this information about hurricane response, to put it in a report that will ultimately be available to both the President and Congress so that we can improve. In particular, we're looking at the responses to Hurricane Harvey in Texas and Hurricane Maria here, though we understand there have been several hurricanes that have impacted these parts of the country. During the June virtual briefing, we heard from, among others, the Acting Associate Administrator of Response and Recovery at FEMA, the Region 6 Administrator from FEMA, the Deputy Inspector General from DHS-OIG, the Deputy Inspector General from HUD-OIG, the Director of Homeland Security and Justice, and the Director of the Office of Equal Rights at FEMA. In October of this year, we held a virtual briefing where the focus was on the people of Houston, Texas. And there we heard from state and local governments, as well as impacted members of the community and local advocates. Today, of course, we are with you here in San Juan, Puerto Rico, to hear from state and local government officials, non-governmental organizations, and community organizations, as well as the impacted community. We very much look forward to your testimony, and it's our hope that our work together will help improve the United States' ability to respond to these disasters, which, unfortunately, we will continue to face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Agdekvile. I turn now to Commissioner Yaki for opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is an intensely personal hearing for me for a number of reasons. First, you are our first in-person briefing since COVID. And we are honored that you are our first in-person briefing because I could not fathom having this investigation without coming here, meeting you, going out to the communities, going to Alcaño, Martin Peña, going to Louisa. These are the things that make, to me, the Civil Rights Commission come alive. But it's intensely personal to me because I have lived through a natural disaster. I went through an earthquake in San Francisco some years back. I've lived overseas where the Pacific equivalent of typhoons came and just ravaged the islands in which I lived. And when I saw what was happening to Puerto Rico from Maria, and I was watching what wasn't happening, it did not strike me as a good thing. It did not strike me as a just thing. It did not strike me that we were doing what we should do for citizens of our country. And so that's why we are here today, because we want to know what happened, how it happened. And in particular, as we have looked at the comparisons between Harvey and Maria, and frankly, it wasn't that hard a comparison to do in many respects, except for one, and one that we keep on hearing time and time again, whether it's from a virtual hearing in Houston, whether it's in El Caño, whether it's in Louisa, and whether it's going to be from here today, and that is FEMA's ability, or lack thereof, to deal with Spanish language people and culture. But there's more to that when it comes to Puerto Rico. I mean, that's one of the great things going on and talking to people out in the communities, understanding the bigger challenges that are here, where we know that cookie-cutter responses do not and cannot and never have really worked. They must be tailored to the individual communities in which we work, in which you live. But having a federal government that doesn't understand that doesn't address that, and in some ways, in so doing, discriminates against you for doing that, that's what we want to hear from you today. So I want to thank all of you for coming forward and talking to us today. I want to thank the staff for their great work here today. I really want to thank Ever and Ariana and the others who all pulled together people whose stories we heard firsthand yesterday and we'll hear again today from you. So thank you all very much. We are honored to be here. I am honored to be here in our first in-person briefing in almost 2 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Yaki. Let me now introduce the panelists, and it will be a brief introduction so I can yield the time back to you all. You have many fascinating aspects of your careers, and I'm going to abbreviate it, so I apologize in advance. Our first speaker this morning is Omar Marrero, Secretary of State, Puerto Rico. Our second speaker is the Honorable Carmen Yulín Cruz Soto, former Mayor of San Juan and Weizmann Center Fellow in Leadership, Mount Holyoke College. Our third speaker is Charlotte Gossett Navarro, Chief Director, Puerto Rico Operations, Hispanic Federation. Our fourth speaker is Sergio Marchuach, Policy Director and General Counsel, Centro para la Nueva Economía, Center for the New Economy. Our fifth speaker is Cristina Miranda, Executive Director, Liga de Ciudades Puerto Rico, the League of Cities Puerto Rico. Our sixth speaker is Ever Padilla Ruiz, Executive Director, Comisión de Derechos Civiles, Commission on Civil Rights. Our seventh and final speaker for our panel one is Diane Yentel, President, CEO, the National Low Income Housing Coalition. Secretary Marrero, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairman Cantu and members of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. For me, it's a pleasure and honor to be in front of you to talk about the issue that we have in front of us. For me, it's also an honor to be part of the first in-person meeting since COVID-19. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to discuss the Federal Emergency Management Agency's FEMA role in disaster preparedness and response to Hurricane María in Puerto Rico. Over the last 4 years, the government and FEMA have engaged in extensive collaboration to address one of the most complicated and largest disaster relief in U.S. history. Since day one, the people of Puerto Rico and the government of Puerto Rico has essentially asked to be treated as any other U.S. jurisdiction within the U.S. flag. As FEMA has always said, every disaster has to be federally supported, state managed, and locally executed. So if we do that in every single corner of the U.S. nation, we will not necessarily have to tailor disaster aid. It's just to support the government of the people to execute and be able to address disaster response. I think that one of the most complex aspect of the disaster response and disaster recovery in Puerto Rico is the fact that before Hurricanes Irma and Maria, Puerto Rico was already facing a man-made disaster, which was the fiscal and economic crisis that started in 2006. And this is very important to have in mind because it was in 2016 that Congress approved the law known as PROMESA, which is essentially a law that allowed Puerto Rico, or provided the government of Puerto Rico, to have a very similar or two ways to restructure our debt, or $70 billion in debt, but also not only provide that restructuring tools, one as a bankruptcy-like process, and the second one in a process very similar to how sovereign nations restructure their debt. But in addition to that restructuring process, restructuring tool, they also impose an oversight board, a control board. And this is very important because since it was imposed, the control board, which is not elected by the people of Puerto Rico, we have not been controlled in our finances. And why this is important? Because when Irma and Maria both hit, Puerto Rico did not have enough cash in hand to be able to respond to that disaster. In addition to that, we didn't have a rainy day fund like Texas to be able to respond to Harvey, or we didn't have access to the markets as Louisiana and other jurisdictions that they were able to borrow money and respond as they wait for the reimbursement process of FEMA. We didn't have those tools, and this is very important because unfortunately the federal administration did not take that into consideration when they were responding to disaster. The government of Puerto Rico have to depend on the federal response essentially, and also in the oversight board and the Department of Treasury for the access of funds. To give you an example, during that time we were imposed many requirements to access to the federal funds. For example, we were required to establish a centralized oversight authority, which is the Core 3, not because we wanted additional bureaucracy, but because it was required by the government, the federal government, to have that entity. We established that entity. We were also required to have third-party experts to help us to manage those funds because we didn't have the internal capacity. We did that as well. We were also required to impose internal controls, transparency measures, and we did all of that. But it was not until April 2019 that for the first time after Maria, the government of Puerto Rico had the opportunity to take control of the reimbursement process. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the reimbursement process of FEMA, but every single state and every single territory in the U.S. nation, they control the reimbursement process and they certify to the FEMA agency that they comply, and obviously they have to be responsible for the records, the compliance, and the internal controls, and all of that. Unfortunately, in November 2017, the government of the federal administration and FEMA imposed what it was called the 270 manual drawdown process. And this is all very important because every single time as we were approaching or we were trying to comply with this more stringent requirements, the goalpost was essentially moved. And this happened, and that's why when you look at the process of obligations and disbursements, it was really stringent for the government of Puerto Rico and its subrecipients to access the funds in a quick manner. Not only that, but as I said, we were every single time trying to reach or trying to come up with solutions to expedite the recovery process. And it was not until April 2019 that we were able to control the reimbursement process for the first time. Not only that, with the change in administration, we saw how many restrictions that they were imposed upon the government of Puerto Rico, they were released, and with that, the pace of the federal funds have accelerated in a very visible way, not only in obligations, but also in disbursement. And this is not only on the FEMA side, but also on the CDBG and HUD side. So again, we all know about the destruction that it was caused by the hurricanes Irma, Maria. It was the worst case scenario. The government itself was a casualty to this disaster. That obviously was the most complex and the most destructive in 100 years for the people of Puerto Rico. And even though we were just demanding to be treated as any other U.S. citizen in the nation, that was not the case. Since day one after the hurricane, we were required and we were imposed many stringent requirements that any other U.S. jurisdiction did not face. However, that did not stop the government of Puerto Rico, its municipalities, and many government agencies to try to comply as fast as we could in order to access the funds. But unfortunately, it was until the end of the 2020 that we were seeing the first permanent work to being obligated by FEMA. And also we have to bear in mind, and in the last minutes that I have, that FEMA also used Puerto Rico as a laboratory for new policies. We were required to use Section 428, which was a section added to the Stafford Act with approval of the Sandy Recovery Improvement Act of 2013. It was added in order to provide a more flexible way to address a disaster, but that was not the case in Puerto Rico. FEMA was essentially designing the plane while we were flying it. And with that, essentially, many American citizens of Puerto Rico did not have the ability to have their needs properly addressed in a swift manner, even though the government of Puerto Rico, its municipality, and many agencies did whatever they could in order to comply with the requirements and more stringent conditions imposed by the federal administration. Again, I yield my time, and I'm willing and able to answer any question that this honorable commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Madero. You set a wonderful example of being heavy in content and brief in time. So gracias.
Thank you. Probably the mayor will improve that.
Thank you. We will now hear from the Honorable Cruz Soto. Please proceed.
Distinguished members of the Commission and fellow panelists, thank you for the opportunity to shine a light on the negligent acts perpetrated by FEMA under the Trump administration in the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Approximately 3,000 Puerto Ricans died after a botched relief effort denied us life-saving support. These deaths could have been prevented if our suffering had been met with urgency and efficiency. Earlier this year, 2 reports from the Inspector General's office concluded what we knew. FEMA was unprepared and mismanaged relief efforts. One of the reports stated it took an average of 69 days, more than 2 months, for the aid to arrive. On its executive summary, it said, and I quote, FEMA cannot ensure it provided commodities to Puerto Rico disaster victims as needed to sustain life and alleviate suffering, end of quote. Under the veil of political neutrality, FEMA's highest managerial levels turned a blind eye to the unequal treatment that cost so many lives. 2 data points paint a clear picture of neglect. 9 days after Hurricane Harvey, there were 30,000 FEMA personnel in Texas. In Puerto Rico, 9 days after Maria, 10,000. It took FEMA 10 days to approve disaster work after Harvey. It took them 43 days to approve the same work in Puerto Rico. FEMA was unable to adapt its standard operating procedures to get their relief operations off the ground on a timely fashion. They kept asking us for reports to be filled out in the internet when they knew we had no electrical power and thus no internet. There was also no consistency in the instructions provided to us. One day we were told to use one form or one system, And a few days later, we were told to use another form and input the same data on another system. A new FEMA employee arrived, and we had to start again, for there was no handoff, no knowledge of what had happened before, only new instructions. Language was another barrier. Not only was the information initially in English, disregarding our first language is Spanish, but FEMA's personnel was incapable of servicing the deaf community and did not take into consideration that people have different levels of internet proficiency and access. And when relief finally arrived, it added insult to injury. I gave you a picture of the food distributed by FEMA about 3 weeks after the crisis. It's a beef jerky, chocolate pudding, a Baby Ruth, Pringles, and applesauce. It's shameful. Not only was this food not suitable, but FEMA was incapable of setting up or help us set up a robust, consistent, and adequate supply chain of aid. In the municipality of San Juan at the time, we were prepared to make breakfast, lunch, and dinner for our employees for 4 months. In the end, we provided meals for them, food for 26 community soup kitchens, food, water, and emergency managed help for approximately 65 elderly homes and elderly care type organizations. New York City Emergency Management, which arrived just a week after Maria, established for us the robust distribution system built on the strengths of our relationships with religious community and recreational leaders. Thus, we were able to provide food and water consistently to 34 San Juan communities. With the help of Goya, Hispanic Federation, Giovanni, Suiza Daily, Tres Monjitas, Chocolate Cortez, and food and water purchased at the municipal level, we were able to meet local nutritional needs. And I showed you the difference between the photo that we provided and the photo of the food that FEMA said that was food and was provided. We also focused our aid distribution on those living with HIV/AIDS, immigrants, elderly, homeless, those with children or adults with physical and emotional challenges. Where FEMA was incapable, we stepped in. We figured it out. FEMA should have had a roadmap, a blueprint for how to do this, and precious time would have been saved. Our first aid came from Chicago, from the diaspora. I remember thinking how they could do it when FEMA couldn't do it. The violation of our civil rights had an immediate and lasting effect. Today, you'll hear a testimony from organizations who had dealt with FEMA's fallout and still are dealing with it. In my written testimony, I've included recommendations on what can be done so FEMA is always prepared to respond. No doubt treatment was different and devastating. Think about this. Hurricane Harvey impacted 13 million people and 88 people died. Maria affected 3.5 million and 3,000 people died. One life is not more important than another, but negligence no doubt took a toll. Why the inequity? For those then in power, we were less important because we are colonial subjects. Black and brown people, 60% below the poverty line. Today, December 10th, the world commemorates Human Rights Day. We have the duality of being United States citizens and Puerto Rican nationals, two nations where one colonized another, and in 1917 gave us American citizenship by birth. Yes, our civil rights were violated after Maria, but our human rights as a nation invaded, colonized, and exploited have been long violated. They were violated while the island of Vieques was used by the U.S. Navy as target practice, violated while the effects of contraceptives 20 times more potent than those finally approved were tried in Puerto Rican women, violated today when a fiscal control board reduces the hopes of our current and future generations by decreasing pensions and increasing the cost of education at the university level. While the violation of our human rights is addressed in the other forums, we can move forward and together to ensure what happened in Puerto Rico in 2017 does not ever happen again. Never must a life be lost because FEMA or any other agency is incapable of putting action plans into place, treating people with urgency, dignity, and respect. Never again must the price of incompetence be the lives of so many. I am hopeful and confident we can move forward in this common endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Cruz Soto. And I am at a loss for words. Already I have heard two of the best speakers I have in my life, so thank you very much. Now we will turn to hear from Ms. Navarro, so please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm particularly humbled with the other panelists, both from the panel I'm on now and the speakers who I know are coming on the second panel, many of whom are cited in the written version of our comments that we'll be submitting. For the purposes of time, I'm just going to be reading some excerpts from that, and I'll try to skip over things that have already been mentioned by the previous two panelists. It has been more than 4 years since Hurricane Maria impacted Puerto Rico. It was an unprecedented emergency that left unimaginable death and destruction in its wake, from which we have still not recovered today. The more than 3,000 lives taken too soon, the forced displacement of hundreds of thousands of residents, the ongoing plague of blue tarps on rooftops, the months of schooling the children lost, the long, anxious wait for promised help to arrive, and the darkness, the never-ending darkness. There is no doubt that both U.S. federal and Puerto Rico central governments failed to manage the crisis and protect the people. The federal government response was inefficient, ineffective, and inequitable. This, especially when compared to the significant rapid assistance offered by the Trump administration to Texas after Hurricane Harvey and Florida after Hurricane Irma, which hit those states just weeks before Hurricane Maria. Their Puerto Rico response was hampered from the outset by a lack of familiarity and sensitivity to cultural norms, structures of local government and institutions, the unique legal framework here, language barriers, and geography. This lack of familiarity and sensitivity, coupled with their opaque, bureaucratic, and rigid processes, their centralization, discriminatory political interference by the previous administration, and unique administrative barriers imposed on Puerto Rico, undermined recovery efforts by FEMA and other federal agencies. Hurricane Maria was neither the first nor last disaster in Puerto Rico. Just since 2017, Puerto Rico has experienced 2 hurricanes, Irma and Maria, devastating earthquakes, tropical storms, more flooding, suffocating austerity, and the ongoing global pandemic, among other challenges. These disasters have laid bare the archipelago's complex economic, social, political, and environmental vulnerabilities. Over the last decade, Puerto Rico has experienced a consistent poverty rate of over 40%, an average unemployment rate over 11%, the lowest median income of any U.S. state or territory, tightening austerity measures, and a dramatic 11.8% decline in population. However, this situation was unsurprising, as it is firmly rooted in more than 100 years of discriminatory policies and an unjust balance of power between the federal government and the people of Puerto Rico. This historic context and precarious conditions must be fully accounted for when evaluating what a just, equitable, and sustainable emergency response and recovery to Hurricane Maria should have been. Hispanic Federation is a 30-year-old nonprofit organization. And immediately after Hurricane Maria, we began one of the largest private emergency relief and sustainable recovery efforts in Puerto Rico. To date, HF has raised and invested more than $42 million in private funding into the recovery of the archipelago. And with those funds, we have provided grants to more than 130 local nonprofit organizations and executed multiple large-scale initiatives. This included chartering the first humanitarian private relief flight on September 23rd, which brought the emergency personnel from New York City that the mayor is mentioning. That was the first of 25 humanitarian flights chartered by Hispanic Federation. We reached all 78 municipalities with an estimated 7.4 million pounds of food, water, and other emergency supplies. Simultaneous to our response here in Puerto Rico, we were also working with our networks to support the displaced community in the various states across the U.S. where they were resettling. In particular, the ongoing relationships that we have built with a diverse network of Puerto Rico-based nonprofits has been foundational to our impact. It has long been clear to us that the unsung heroes and first responders of the hurricane relief and recovery efforts are Puerto Rico's nonprofit organizations, grassroots community leaders, and mutual aid networks. We witnessed this firsthand after the hurricane, again after the earthquakes, and most recently during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, neither FEMA nor the Puerto Rico government has fully acknowledged and integrated these groups into emergency relief efforts, nor have they been fully remunerated for the work they completed that was the responsibility of the government. FEMA and the Puerto Rico governments have at times shrugged responsibility and suggested it's the household's responsibility, not theirs, to adequately prepare for and recover from a disaster, including evacuating, fortifying homes, storing food and water reserves to last multiple days, and then looking to home insurance savings, and loans to get back on their feet, and that may be a reasonable expectation for the average U.S. household. However, for families who live in poverty, rely on public food benefits, or live on limited fixed incomes, as so many in Puerto Rico do, there is no money left over to buy extra food reserves, to easily evacuate a community or an island before or after a disaster, or to obtain that insurance, those savings, or those loans to help finance a quick recovery. The mayor has already gone into the problems with the emergency supply distribution. We question why it took so long to bring supplies when airports were open just days after, we know, because we were sending airplanes to Puerto Rico. With food, the food that's been investigated, how nutritiously deficient the food was, and how it promoted dangerous levels of salt and sugar intake. Again, when considering equity in a disaster relief, you have to consider the health of people. We know that there is a deep connection between poverty and health outcomes, and yet they were sending candy and calling it meals. In addition, if we look to our individual assistance for housing, there we see the language access issues that were mentioned when you have inspectors who spoke no Spanish and knew nothing about Puerto Rico. Another major issue that I'm sure will be discussed later was how many families were denied on the basis of home ownership when it's not even a requirement that they provide a title in the Stafford Act. And yet FEMA did nothing to communicate with the families who had been unjustly denied, despite being asked by advocates repeatedly to do so. When we think about, again, comparisons, we can also look to the fact that in Harvey, families got an average of $6,980 in Texas, and in Puerto Rico, less than $3,000. The Transitional Sheltering Assistance Program in the United States for families staying in hotels also lacked language access and appropriate services. When we look at public assistance, when we look at mitigation, all of those programs also require the applicants to speak English and apply in English. But egregiously for us is the lack of data transparency. And in one example I want to share before I close, the fact that one of our nonprofit agencies that we work with requested data from FEMA to be able to provide support to individuals with disabilities. It took 9 months to receive that data. And we know that those were the communities that were most vulnerable here and who lost their lives. Had they been provided that data and that collaboration, many lives may have been saved. Thank you.
Thank you, perfect. Ms. Navarro, I'm speechless, perfect. I now call on Mr. Marschwash. We will hear from you. Please proceed.
Good morning, distinguished members of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, fellow witnesses, and all those who are following these proceedings. We at the Center for a New Economy believe it is important to bear witness about the way Hurricane Maria victims were mistreated by some agencies of the federal government. It is a moral obligation we owe to those who suffer in the immediate aftermath of the 2017 storms, to those who are still living with the consequences, and to people who, unfortunately, in the future will become victims of natural disasters. I have submitted a full version of my statement for the record, so this morning I will use my allotted time briefly to highlight some of the ways both FEMA and the Department of Housing and Urban Development have treated Puerto Rico unfairly in the reconstruction process. With respect to FEMA, I would like to underscore a point made by Secretary Marrero. An amendment to the Presidential Disaster Declaration for Hurricane Maria, dated November 2, 2017, required FEMA to obligate all large-scale project funding for public assistance permanent work for Puerto Rico through alternative procedures. Under these procedures, FEMA and Puerto Rico had to agree to a fixed cost estimate for each project related to permanent works. We're talking about thousands of projects prior to the obligation of funds. According to the GAO, no state or territory had ever been required to use these alternative procedures for 100% of their permanent work projects after a natural disaster. Given the magnitude of the damage caused by Hurricane Maria, it was foreseeable that the use of these alternative procedures will present implementation challenges and delays in developing fixed cost estimates. Basically because Puerto Rico was responsible for any costs that exceeded those fixed cost estimates under the alternative procedures, FEMA and Puerto Rico had to agree on the appropriate guidance to develop those estimates. It was not until February 2020 that the GAO reported that FEMA had developed guidance for developing those fixed costs. However, it also found that the guidance did not meet all of the GAO's best practices for estimating costs, and the GAO recommended that FEMA revise the guidance to adhere more closely to best practices. To be fair to FEMA, since 2019, it has implemented several changes to its public assistance program in Puerto Rico, which have expedited the obligation of funds. According to the GAO, as of January 15, 2021, FEMA had obligated $17.5 billion for 4,793 public assistance permanent work projects. However, the actual expenditure of funds remains painfully slow. According to the same GAO report, of the $17.5 billion obligated for permanent work projects, only $157.7 million, or less than 1%, had been spent as of January 15, 2021. Finally, we note that as of January 2021, more than 3 years after Hurricane Maria, FEMA was still developing cost estimates for 5,279 projects related to the 2017 hurricanes. With respect to HUD, between September 2017 and June 2019, Congress appropriated approximately $20.3 billion in community disaster block grant, community development block grant, disaster recovery funds, and mitigation funds for disaster reconstruction and mitigation activities related to Hurricane Irma and Maria in Puerto Rico. The usual process for disbursing these funds is somewhat cumbersome. As shown in Exhibit C to my written statement, after Congress appropriates the money, OMB issues an apportionment document to HUD, and then HUD has to publish a notification in the Federal Register. The intended beneficiary then proceeds to draft an action plan for the use of funds in accordance with the published regulations. If and when the action plan is approved by HUD, then the parties need to execute a grant agreement to allow the expenditure of funds. However, as shown in Exhibit D to my statement, this process has been particularly, some would say, suspiciously slow in the case of funds allocated for mitigation activities in Puerto Rico. Indeed, a report issued by HUD's Office of Inspector General on April 20, 2021 found that the Trump administration set up several bureaucratic obstacles that substantially slowed down the process for dispersing these funds. With respect to the Federal Register notice for the use of $8.3 billion for mitigation activities, the OIG report described months of negotiations between HUD and OMB, which resulted in several revisions to the notice text, mostly at the request of OMB. Several HUD officials found some of these OMB requests to be unreasonable or outside the scope of normal administrative procedure. For example, Deputy Secretary Montgomery, during his OIG interview, characterized OMB's revisions as containing, quote, poison pills, because they would impose unworkable criteria, and he was not sure it was even, quote, legal to insist upon grantees meeting these conditions. Furthermore, OMB requested the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs to review the proposed Federal Register notice, which a HUD attorney described as, quote, unheard of for a disaster-related notice. Another HUD official described OIR's comments as, quote, kind of like Groundhog Day. It just keeps coming back. The next result of loading the Federal Register notice with poison pills and submitting it to a necessary administrative review was that the mitigation notice for Puerto Rico was not filed until January 27, 2020, 23 months and 19 days after the corresponding appropriation and 146 days after the statutory deadline. In contrast, HUD published a notice for the other 14 CDBG MIT grantees 150 days earlier on August 30, 2019, and a notice for USBI 139 earlier. While all the circumstantial evidence points to undue OMB interference as the principal cause of the delays regarding the disbursement of CDBG funds for Puerto Rico, the OIG report stopped short of doing so, perhaps because former OMB officials refused to cooperate with the investigation, while OMB itself denied requests for information made by the Office of Inspector General. Nonetheless, former OMB head and then acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, said the quiet parts are loud when on an October 17, 2019 press conference regarding the Trump administration's withholding of military aid to the Ukraine, he stated that we needed to put this in context. This is on the heels of what happened in Puerto Rico, when we took a lot of heat for not wanting to give a bunch of aid to Puerto Rico because we thought that place was corrupt. This statement is problematic in several ways, but I would just like to highlight that no Puerto Rican official, no Puerto Rican government official has been indicted, much less convicted, of any malfeasance regarding the expenditure of federal disaster assistance funds with relation to Hurricane Maria. Nearly 4 years and 3 months after Hurricane Maria, the totality of the circumstances surrounding the federal government's response to the natural disaster strongly suggests that it was arbitrary and capricious, and that Puerto Rico was unreasonably treated in a different way relative to other jurisdictions affected by the 2017 disasters. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Massaras. Very, very good. We will now hear from Ms. Miranda.
Hi. Buenos dias. I am honored to be here today, and I will read a short version of my statement. A longer version has been filed on record. While over 4 years have passed since Maria, our reconstruction and recovery process seems to be stagnant. Hurricane Maria's force was extremely destructive, and so has been the response. It sometimes feels as if we are still under the heavy winds of Maria and only have paper towels thrown to us as support. I want to start by establishing the context that led to the disaster caused by Hurricane Maria. Disasters are caused or amplified by our existing social context. Vulnerability, poverty, and inequality affect our adaptive capacity and our ability to deal with these phenomena. Maria was a socioeconomic and a natural disaster. The lack of understanding that there are communities that are more vulnerable, poorer, and therefore with less capacity to react, recover, and adapt is in part what has perpetuated the inequity in the recovery process in Puerto Rico. Let's look at some important points about the recovery process. Hurricane Maria, or the lack of preparation for it, and the state of our infrastructure killed more than 4,600 people in Puerto Rico, 70 times the official toll, according to estimates in a Harvard University study. Neither the federal government nor the Puerto Rico government were prepared for the magnitude of the disaster. As an example of this, the Harvard study found that a third of deaths after the hurricane were due to interruptions in medical care caused by power cuts and broken road links. As the mayor stated, a report published on September 25, 2020 by the Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security confirmed what we all knew, that the federal government was unprepared for the management of the disaster. Let that sink in. When it comes to spending, and a word that we prefer in La Liga is investing, the reality is not better. Recent reports establish that only 1% of the funds have been dispersed for permanent work projects. Other reports state that only 18% of the overall approved FEMA funds have been dispersed. How, one may wonder, with so much need and with the available resources, can we be so behind in our reconstruction process? FEMA's delay in damage inspections, too many changes or lack of staff from Core 3 and FEMA, and confusion over federal processes have caused this unforgivable man-made delay. To this, we must add, of course, the impact that the unilateral and ill-informed austerity measures imposed by the Fiscal Control Board have caused municipalities. Further complicating the reconstruction process is the fact that FEMA funds must be reimbursed. As stated before, municipalities are facing a multiplicity of constraints imposed unilaterally by the Fiscal Control Board as well as the central government. Municipal budgets are facing drastic reductions while the need of their constituents increase. As an example, from 2015 to 2018, municipal budgets recorded a reduction of almost 15%. It is expected that by fiscal year 2023-2024, 43 municipalities in Puerto Rico will be fiscally unviable. If funds must be spent to be reimbursed, but the available funds are extremely limited, municipalities must be strategic on how to invest their reduced resources, a task that would be easier to manage if the reimbursement process was not as slow as it is. It is important to note that funds that were directly allocated to local government, Funds A and B, were promptly dispersed and used, evidencing that local units of government can be more agile than the central government. We all know that there is widespread discomfort with the management of the FEMA funds by the central government, specifically with the company contracted by Core 3, ICF Incorporated. As an example, the mayor of Jayuya, the municipality with the most FEMA funds allocated, recently stated, and I quote, "These people, ICF Incorporated, do not work. And if they work, they change their minds and instructions every day," end quote. While we are here to talk about Puerto Rico, it is important to share that companies such as ICF have had previous allegations of breach of contracts at the federal level, and that should be studied. In the case of Puerto Rico, it is important to note that since 2018, ICF has signed contracts with Core 3 that surpass the sum of $406 million, in part to advise and give administrative consultancy to the municipalities and government agencies to obtain funds. The complaints expressed by the mayor of Jayuya are shared and amplified by other mayors that have stated that they face similar obstacles with ICF and with the burdensome and bureaucratic process established by the Core 3. It almost feels as if there were remaining winds from Maria impeding the recovery. To these obstacles, we must add the dramatic increase in material costs, the absence of labor, the lawsuits related to the lack of compliance from insurance company, the compounding effects of other disasters, and of course, the pandemic. All of this is further complicated by the delays caused by the Core 3 in the approval of documentation previously approved by FEMA. It is also important to note that Section 428 of the Stafford Act establishes that if costs increase after estimates are approved, municipal governments are responsible for the extra expenses. It does not mention anything about assigning responsibilities for the delays that lead to increases in construction costs. but there is more impeding the recovery process. And this is an incapacity to understand the consequences of decisions made at the central government. An example of this is the adoption by the central government of the advisory maps completed by FEMA. These advisory maps are incorrect, misleading, and dangerous. They do not consider previous mitigation projects funded with federal funds, and they also exclude many potential beneficiaries by identifying many communities as being in a floodplain. This is particularly impactful for many disadvantaged and economically disenfranchised communities who will not be able to receive the required funding, thus ending in displacement. We have a set of recommendations to deter the violation of our civil rights. They're in our reading statements, but I will read 3 of them that I think are instrumental. The first one is to communicate to the central government that FEMA's advisory maps are precisely that, advisory, and that these should not be adopted without the proper confirmation of their correctness. The second one is to complete an assessment about disparity in regulations to access funds imposed by our own government and that have a negative impact on the most disadvantaged and at-need communities. And the third one that I'm going to be sharing here is to complete an assessment on the impact of the federal impositions that are focused on formalized communities and that do not adapt to the legal framework or the reality of Puerto Rico. Time constraints do not allow me to delve into the topics that I have brought up here in a general way, but we are hopeful about this public briefing, hopeful that it will result not only in the identification of all the things that have gone wrong, but in actions to correct them and to prevent them from ever happening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. Mr. Padilla-Ruiz, we will now hear from you. Please proceed.
Ms. Chair and distinguished commissioners. Ms. Chair and distinguished commissioners, I'm going to be presenting in Spanish so you can put on your equipment. Todos sabemos los efectos que los huracanes Irma y María tuvieron sobre Puerto Rico y que fueron devastadores. Tanto el gobierno estatal como el gobierno federal subestimaron el impacto del huracán María. El gobierno de Puerto Rico no contaba con los recursos de respuesta rápida necesarios para enfrentar la magnitud del desastre. Agravó el hecho la falta de claridad en los roles de los gobiernos federales, estatales y municipales. FEMA no contaba con suficientes recursos aquí en la isla. No tenía porciones suficientes de alimento y agua para suplir las necesidades de 3.4 millones de personas. Los demás panelistas han comentado que los procesos para solicitar ayudas a FEMA son burocráticos y lentos. Entendemos la importancia de documentar el gasto público. No obstante, en una situación de emergencia, los procesos tienen que ser lo suficientemente flexibles para salvar las vidas de las personas. El impacto del huracán María nos dejó a oscuras, sin servicio eléctrico, sin agua potable, sin telecomunicaciones y con muy pocos alimentos. No teníamos suficientes reservas de comestibles y contábamos con pocos medicamentos. Ya en ese momento experimentábamos una pérdida significativa de profesionales de la salud, lo que añadió mayores retos para el acceso a servicios. Inmediatamente luego del impacto del huracán María, una parte importante de la población abandonó la isla en busca de atención médica por distintas situaciones crónicas de salud. Ni las autoridades federales, estatales ni municipales tenían un registro de pacientes con enfermedades crónicas ni con condiciones que requerían mecanismos eléctricos para su subsistencia. Quedó evidenciado el alto número de personas adultas mayores que viven en condiciones de vulnerabilidad y fuera del radar de las autoridades gubernamentales. El 81% de esa población solo tiene como ingreso los beneficios del Seguro Social y el 36% de esas personas adultas mayores viven totalmente solas. Quedó demostrado que los planes operacionales de emergencia de los hogares y las égidas no estaban adaptadas a la magnitud del fenómeno. Los hogares y las égidas, a pesar de contar con cisternas y generadores eléctricos, confrontaron problemas para los abastos de agua, diésel, gasolina y alimentos. Un informe de la Universidad de Cornell del año 2016 estimó que más del 21% de la población de Puerto Rico tenía alguna discapacidad, una tasa mayor que en cualquiera de los 50 estados. Sin embargo, muchas de esas personas con diversidad funcional carecen de los recursos y las ayudas económicas para sufragar sus gastos y atender sus necesidades. No hay manera de prepararse para un huracán con estas realidades. Las personas privadas de libertad bajo la custodia del Estado dependen de las gestiones del aparato gubernamental para que les garanticen sus derechos. Ello requiere planificación adecuada para asegurar no tan solo la vida, sino los servicios que necesitan. Las estructuras donde enclavan las cárceles del país históricamente han carecido de elementos necesarios para atender emergencias. Su construcción no se adapta a las realidades del clima tropical y las estructuras han sido construidas sin ventilación ni luz natural. Por más de 100 días sin luz, sin aire, más de 10.000 personas en las cárceles padecieron y sufrieron los embates del huracán y nadie habló de esa población. La situación de las personas sin hogar es una de las más graves y complejas que confrontamos. Su análisis resulta ser espinoso por muchos motivos. Esta fue una de las poblaciones más adversamente afectadas por el impacto del huracán. De otra parte, documentamos el trato discriminatorio que recibieron las poblaciones diversas en su sexualidad, particularmente las personas de experiencia trans que fueron marcadamente discriminadas. Muchas de sus reclamaciones fueron rechazadas para recibir las ayudas por parte de FEMA, porque la información que obraba en su base de datos era incompatible con la identidad de género asumida por la persona solicitante. Era necesario alinear la información en el sistema antes de acceder a las ayudas en medio de una emergencia. La alimentación en el país fue afectada grandemente. La agricultura sufrió un gran golpe y el cierre de los puertos provocó un gran abastecimiento, el mayor de nuestra historia. Investigadores de la Escuela de Salud del Instituto Milken de la Universidad de George Washington concluyeron que la ayuda alimentaria provista por FEMA tras el huracán María no cumplió con las guías alimentarias de los Estados Unidos. También se evidenció una fuerte asociación entre la distancia y el largo periodo de tiempo sin cobertura de electricidad, agua y telecomunicaciones. En promedio, los hogares pasaron 84 días sin electricidad, 68 días sin agua y 41 días sin cobertura telefónica después del huracán María. El impacto del huracán destapó las vulnerabilidades de nuestro entramado social. Los huracanes dejaron al descubierto profundas desigualdades económicas y sociales y nuestras realidades para el ejercicio pleno de los derechos humanos. Somos la jurisdicción más pobre en todo el territorio nacional. Si todo lo que hemos comentado resulta duro, mucho más dura fue la experiencia de las personas residentes en las islas, municipios de Vieques y Culebra. En el documento escrito abordamos algunas de las recomendaciones para mejorar las respuestas de las agencias en la estructura federal. Sin embargo, sin pretender polarizar esta discusión, un tema del que no podemos escapar para tener una reflexión honesta sobre el trato discriminatorio del que somos objeto los puertorriqueños y las puertorriqueñas que vivimos en esta isla es nuestra situación política. Para poder superar todos los problemas que comenté y las inequidades de Puerto Rico y de cara a cualquier evento futuro, es necesario que el Congreso de los Estados Unidos atienda el tema de nuestra situación política para el ejercicio pleno de nuestros derechos. Y estoy disponible para contestar cualquier pregunta. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla Ruiz. And now we will hear from our final panelist for Panel 1, Ms. Yenton.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. At the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, we have been working on disaster housing recovery for over 15 years, and from those experiences have come to a simple conclusion. America's disaster housing recovery system is fundamentally broken and in need of major repair and reform. The system fails to address the unique needs of the lowest income and most marginalized people, consistently leaves them behind in disasters, and often worsens many of the challenges that low-income people faced prior to the storm. This inequitable disaster recovery was exemplified by the response to Hurricane Maria. FEMA's response in Puerto Rico was flawed in many ways. My focus and the focus of the National Income Housing Coalition is on the response to housing needs. A primary challenge was FEMA's refusal to utilize proven programs to address housing needs. After Hurricane Maria, FEMA relied heavily on the Temporary Shelter Assistance Program, TSA, which temporarily puts people up in hotels. Low-income families are often unable to access TSA motels due to financial and other barriers, including the practice of motels charging daily resort fees and requiring security deposits or credit cards at check-in. Because TSA must be renewed every 14 days, disaster survivors who do access the program face regular arbitrary deadlines that require them to resubmit paperwork or leave the motel before finding a permanent housing solution. The Trump administration abruptly terminated the TSA program for nearly 2,000 Puerto Rican families displaced to the continental U.S. and refused to activate the Disaster Housing Assistance Program, which would have provided them with longer-term direct rental assistance and case management services. Many disaster survivors became homeless as a result. In states with large numbers of displaced Puerto Rican survivors, homelessness increased by 14% in Massachusetts, by 17% in Connecticut. This is a pattern seen again and again after disasters in recent years, including after Hurricane Harvey, where 1 year after the storm, homelessness had increased by 18%, with 20% of those newly homeless attributing their housing loss to the disaster, a clear example of FEMA's extraordinary failure to meet the housing needs of disaster survivors. FEMA has a systemic lack of transparency and a convoluted application process. FEMA consistently refuses to clarify or make public important information about its aid application process, making it difficult to determine who is eligible to receive assistance and why assistance is denied. This leads to higher denial rates for low-income disaster survivors. A full 60% of applicants were denied individual assistance after Hurricane Maria, and many disaster survivors with the lowest incomes don't apply for assistance at all, despite their need. FEMA failed to address title documentation issues and denied survivors assistance to which they were entitled. After Hurricane Maria, FEMA denied assistance to at least 77,000 survivors due to a lack of property title. This followed a similar pattern after disasters in the continental U.S. for decades. FEMA has been aware since at least 1995 of this challenge and the harm it does to low-income and marginalized communities, but until very recently has done nothing to address it. After Maria, NLIHC and partners like Ayuda Legal and El Fondo engaged with FEMA to create a sworn statement allowing those without title documents to prove ownership. And still, FEMA refused to notify survivors of the new form or make the statement available online. The Biden administration's FEMA recently made substantial and long overdue improvements to this process, but more action is needed. FEMA must now allow survivors in Puerto Rico and across the nation who were previously denied by FEMA the opportunity to reopen their cases, to access the assistance to which they are entitled. After FEMA's inadequate response to Hurricane Maria, HUD delayed assistance to Puerto Rico and failed to provide oversight to ensure that funds were being distributed equitably. It took 6 months for Congress to approve money for Puerto Rico's recovery and more than 2 years for HUD to fully allocate disaster mitigation funds. When HUD resources do arrive after disasters, recovery and mitigation efforts consistently favor higher income communities at the expense of low-income communities and communities of color, which are often located in areas at higher risk of disaster with less resilient infrastructure. In Puerto Rico, long-term recovery funds are provided only to those able to ensure their homes will comply with flood protection standards. But the recovery program doesn't help lower-income disaster survivors to implement any mitigation measures, nor does it ensure that low-income residents are served by mitigation projects. As we work towards a complete overhaul of disaster housing recovery to center the housing needs of the lowest income and most marginalized survivors, including people of color, people experiencing homelessness, people with disabilities, and others, there are immediate steps that Congress should take to improve the process, including permanently authorizing the Disaster Housing Assistance Program and automatically activating it after major disasters to provide longer-term housing assistance and wraparound services to low-income survivors. Permanently authorizing the CDBG-DR program and including essential protections and assurances of equitable distribution and public participation. Enacting the Housing Survivors of Major Disasters Act to allow Puerto Ricans to reopen their denied cases and receive the FEMA assistance they are entitled to. Requiring that FEMA provide basic essential information about federal disaster response and recovery efforts, including eligibility, the application process, and reasons for denial. And requiring FEMA to provide categorical eligibility, simplify the application and appeals process, and track and report on outcomes and demographics to ensure recovery aid reaches those in need. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Yentel. Everyone was wonderful on time, and now we are turning to the place in this agenda where you will accept questions from the commissioners. Would a commissioner, we'll start with the people in person. Would a commissioner in person like to ask any questions directed to the panel? Commissioner Yaki?
Thank you much, Madam Chair. I want to focus on, in every disaster, there's the response and the recovery. I want to focus on the response for right now, because the recovery is a whole different issue, but I think the response is related to this. If, from your experience, I'm going to start with Maricruz Soto first, and then everyone else can chip in. But from your experience on the ground at the time, why was aid so late, and in the forms of aid that you received so inappropriate to what you believed your needs really were?
I've been asked this question many times in the past years, and it took me a long time to even utter the response. And I think the Secretary of State and Mr. Padilla referred to it. We are a colony of the United States. Black and brown people, poor. 60% of our people are poor. And simply our lives did not matter to the people that headed the U.S. at the time. The problem is that this shouldn't matter on who is the president and whether they know Puerto Rico, they like Puerto Rico or not. You don't, a slave is a slave. It doesn't stop being a slave because his or her master gives her 3 meals a day and doesn't beat them on a daily basis. So what really happened is this became, we have to remember the Trump administration was, this was very early on. And there was a narrative from the Pentagon, from the White House, from FEMA federal officials to position Puerto Rico, and this was the el titular, the headline, as a good news story. But the world was here. I denounced it. I have to say that I was politically bashed by the opposition, because here in Puerto Rico and in the United States, because they said I was making this up. But really what happened is that Puerto Rico response became a blemish in the Trump administration worldwide. And then rather than making it better, they made it worse. There have been reports saying that not only in the Inspector General reports and the OMB report, that not only did the federal government did not give us the aid, but they covered it up.
We heard about the water bottles on that never made it to Puerto Rico, that was sitting on the tarmac somewhere else. And
well, there was that. There was FEMA admitted paying a company in Florida about $50 million for food that never got to Puerto Rico, and then they rescinded the contract. I also remember, and Hispanic Federation has to remember this, that there were no tarps in Puerto Rico. It took them, again, a long time, 69 days, says the Inspector Generals. But this is the truth. When you have several crises at the same time, Harvey, Florida, and Puerto Rico, you choose to treat faster and quicker those that you consider your own. And I have to say this, and I say this, look, every day I wake up, and we wake up, and we think 3,000 Puerto Ricans or more did not open their eyes. We saw them, I saw them gasping for air. People without dialysis, people without chemotherapy, children that looked at a bottle of water and just wanted to reach out to you because you had a bottle of water 6 months old. So we saw this, and I think mayors of all parties in Puerto Rico saw this. But it is, and I don't want to politicize this, but it has to do with our colonial, we are colonial subjects. So our lives matter less. And on top of that, we're black and brown. And on top of that, we're poor. And we have to thank the diaspora, Chicago, Holyoke, Massachusetts, New York City. I remember going into New York City and seeing this entire place filled with different services. And the one that struck me the most, Mr. Yaki, was the place that contained the little coats for little children, 6 months old. So I am convinced, and believe me, it took me a very long time to be convinced of this, because you don't ever want to be convinced that your life does not matter just because you're politically a subject of another country that has colonized you. And I have great respect for the American people, because where the American government failed us, the American people and the diaspora, los puertorriqueños and the diaspora really took care of us. They fed us. They gave us water. They took care of our wounds. They held us in their arms and said, we care. AFL-CIO workers, 324 AFL-CIO workers took vacation and were brought to San Juan to help not only San Juan, but some 37 other towns around Puerto Rico. So I am convinced that it had to do with the disdain that the then president had. The problem is that this is a systematic and structured. So we cannot depend on another president being amiable to Puerto Rico. The systematic oppression and racism that being a colony gives us has to end. Whether the people of Puerto Rico want statehood, whether they want independence, whether they want an enhanced commonwealth, or whether they want free association, we must be allowed, as a nation that we are, because we are a nation. We're not colonial subjects. Puerto Rico es una nación. We are a nation. And we must be allowed to decide the next chapter of our lives with the United States. I have my preference, but I've always spoken more about a process of self-determination than about the end of that process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yagi,
Yes.
this is an issue about political representation. This is about an issue about power. This is an issue about the situation that has been managed by Congress and doing nothing for the last 120 years. And that's why we urge Congress to address the political issue of Puerto Rico in order to let us fulfill our civil and human rights.
Okay. Anybody else? I see lots of you.
Don't even know if I'm turning this on correctly.
There you
we go. So I want to echo what's been said for sure. And actually, the New York Times recently had an article talking about not just the biases in wealth that are part of FEMA, but also the racial biases that the data is clearly showing across FEMA services. So there's reports and evidence to back up what's being said. There were also major logistical challenges in terms of, I mentioned earlier, they claimed, oh, we shipped everything took too long, we shipped it. Airports were open. The very week afterwards, regional airports were open, and if there was a will to get stuff here, and if they had taken into account our geography instead of just shipping things and waiting for it to get here, working with contractors who, as they mentioned, that same OIG report shows they lost sight. They didn't use their GPS tracking. And so there were major problems in the logistics of what they sent. You mentioned the water bottles. It wasn't just water bottles. It was 20,000 pallets of water bottles that were delivered in March and then not found until September. In March, they were calling it surplus. In March, we were still distributing water filters to people who had no potable water in their communities. So the need was still there. Why it was sitting on a tarmac, I don't know, right? There are major problems in their contracting. You mentioned it was actually a $156 million contract that went to a woman in Florida who had already had canceled contracts with the government, multiple canceled contracts, yet they gave her that contract to provide food. Meanwhile, again, if you look at the comparison in the amount of food that arrived to Puerto Rico 9 days later versus Harvey, I think it was 5 million meals delivered to Texas, a little over 1 million to Puerto Rico in the same time period, and they're hiring failed contractors. The same could be said if you look at contracting, you want to look at discrimination. Actually, we've cited in our report, and I didn't get to it in our summary, CNA has done an excellent job of tracking those contracts, and although the Stafford Act requires that there be preference given to contractors from the impacted area, that's the law, it's in the Code of Regulations, FEMA, 1 year after, had only contracted 8% of their contracts had gone to local companies. The reason we were able to distribute food to all 78 municipalities, we reached 60 in less than 2 months, despite the fact that at the time we had no on-the-ground office here. That didn't happen until January. Small nonprofit, able to reach all 60 municipalities, 78 within a few months after that, was because we contracted with local distributors. After we saw the backlog of containers and shipping containers and saw that that strategy wasn't going to work, unlike FEMA, who is incredibly bureaucratic in making decisions, we immediately switched strategies and discovered that the distributors here in Puerto Rico had their warehouses actually were full of food, and they had trucks full of gas that could do deliveries. So we made calls, made payments, and 1 to 2 days later, we're able to send pallets of food to all of the municipalities as soon as we found a mayor or a contract to send them there. Had they, instead of giving preference and looking to these contracts in the US and making these quick and rash decisions for failed contractors, which also happened with the tarps, that was a $30 million contract given to a tiny company in Florida run by 2 brothers who had never dealt with tarps ever or even managed a federal contract, got a contract to provide tarps that they never provided to Puerto Rico. If instead FEMA had focused on, one, some of the strengths that are here in Puerto Rico, focused on supporting the local economy here in Puerto Rico and finding those here who could help, we could have moved things a lot faster as well. So I think there were a multitude, echoing what was already said, adding to that these types of issues.
Just push once. Oh. There you go.
There we go. Just a brief comment. I don't know why this came to mind listening to Mayor Cruz Soto. I really want to highlight, though, what I think is the fundamental issue here. And what came to mind was a quote from President Kennedy that he gave a speech on June 1963 when George Wallace was standing at the door of the University of Alabama to prevent African-American students from registering to study at the University of Alabama. And President Kennedy, if I remember correctly, said in that speech that the issue that was facing the nation back then, and I think it's appropriate here in Puerto Rico right now, was as old as the scripture and as clear as the U.S. Constitution. It's whether we are willing to treat our fellow citizens with the same rights and the same equal protection under the law. It's whether we're willing to treat our fellow human beings as we would like to be treated. In the case of Hurricane Maria, as a Puerto Rican, as a U.S. citizen, as a human being, I certainly will not like anybody to be treated the way we were treated. Thank you.
If I may add, I agree with everything that's been said.
Okay. I guess we need to make sure everyone's mics are off there.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. I do want to add that we are a colony. It's something that we know, but it's important to also understand that if Puerto Rico is a colony, municipalities are the colony within the colony. So that's very important to also take into consideration. And I think there's a lot of causes to what happened. I think the first one is a lot of political will. There's a lack of political will at the federal government. There's a lack of knowledge in terms of who we are, what we mean as a country, our distance, et cetera. There's also a metrocentric approach to distribution of resources. It's sort of like Puerto Rico, it's only the metropolitan area. As an example, our central government invests 70% of our budget in 5 municipalities, where only 25% of our population resides. So that's something to take into consideration. And there's also a narrative of incompetence and corruption that does not take into consideration the role of the federal government. That report from FEMA that says that the FEMA lost 38% of the goods that were coming to Puerto Rico at a cost of $257 million. If that had happened in Puerto Rico, we would have not stopped hearing about it, right? So anything that happens over there, it's sort of like, like hidden under the rug, and anything that happens here is magnified, but without the analysis of the context of how it happens. So I think that my response is shorter. They just don't care about Puerto Rico. It's as simple as that. We don't have to give a lot of introduction. Everybody knows we're a colony. The Supreme Court has said it, firmly. And it's just a reality that we're just here. We're an island. We were occupied. We were invaded. And that's it. They don't care. That's it.
Commissioner Adegbile?
Madam Chair, I believe the Secretary of State had a response.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a brief remark. As I said in my intervention, what we requested in every single stage during the response, it was just equal treatment. We requested that we were just given a chance as every other jurisdiction in order to manage the process and respond our people in a swift manner. As many of the panelists said, yes, I believe that the biases that they had against the people of Puerto Rico had an effect. Also, the bureaucracy of FEMA, and from a science of delivery perspective, also the lack of internal capacity of FEMA to manage several disasters across the nation. But obviously, the political status, it was the main issue. The fact that we don't have representation in Congress, the fact that we don't vote for the president, and the fact that we all know that this would not happen in the great state of New York or any other great state, makes quite clear that our political status and the fact that we are subject to the plenary powers of Congress, we did not have the same treatment as any other jurisdiction. Also, that allowed for some in the administration at that time to get away with the narrative that the people of Puerto Rico were just incompetent and were not able to manage federal funds in a swift manner. And not only we have seen what happened during their response with the municipalities, but also we took into consideration how the municipalities were so effective in managing the federal disaster funds that we received during the pandemic. This is a real example that you can use as a benchmark. In the case of the pandemic, the government of Puerto Rico received, as any other jurisdiction, direct funding from the federal government, and we were able to effectively deploy those funds in order to address the people of Puerto Rico with no, in comparison with other jurisdictions, we have done a phenomenal job in doing so. And this is very important to see, because as opposed to the FEMA process, you know that you have to go through an obligation and then request for reimbursement, so the process takes longer. But when we have the ability, and when we have the opportunity, I should say, to manage the process, we can do it in a very professional way, as done in many other states. So, but also, I have to reemphasize what other panelists said. The fact that we are considered, or the fact that we are not seen as American citizens, as any other American citizens in the nation, definitely allow some in the federal administration to take that approach with the people of Puerto Rico. But also I have to highlight, as Sergio Marsach said, we also have to be fair with the federal administration. We had some friends in many areas of the federal that they were trying really hard to expedite the process, but unfortunately we saw that that atmosphere percolating across the federal government, just putting obstacles for the people of Puerto Rico. And this is not just me saying it, it's because I was there in many meetings in Congress, many meetings, FEMA, HUD, DOE, Treasury, and even the White House. And unfortunately, every single time that we comply, as I said, the goalpost was just moved.
If I could just briefly add one more, I fully agree with all of my colleagues here and defer to them on the primary reasons, but just to add briefly one more piece of the puzzle is that FEMA is, as an agency, extraordinarily rigid and unable or unwilling to adapt to unique needs. So they follow a script and a playbook, which is already flawed and doesn't meet the needs of low-income and marginalized people. And then they failed to adapt that playbook to clearly unique circumstances.
Madam Chair, may I? Thank you for all of your thorough responses and the very substantive details you've been providing to us. I want to pick up from this last statement that you made, Ms. Yentl, and focus everybody for a second on the idea that because we are a U.S. Civil Rights Commission, we are particularly focused on the civil rights dimension, which many of you have spoken to. And I want to just sharpen some of the dialogue on these issues so that we can be clear for purposes of our report. Some of what I've heard is that the federal response was inefficient, bureaucratic, slow. Some of what I've heard is that there's a sense that the federal response was motivated by treating Puerto Rico differently because of perceptions of race, language status, and other protected characteristics. And what I'm asking those of you who can respond to this to try and put in lights for us is to share the best direct or circumstantial evidence that the flawed response was in fact due to these civil rights issues and not just inefficiency and bureaucracy. Both contribute, I'm quite sure, based on what you shared with us, but I just want to make sure that we're not missing the best evidence that you can marshal that what we have here are actual civil rights violations. Thank you.
And let me add, the rest of the list is age, religion, disability status, and violations of the Constitution. Sex, any other categories? Those are all of the lists that we want to hear from. Yes.
And national origin, which I think a lot of you touched on.
Yeah, if I may, I talked about the deaf population as an example. FEMA has the capacity, and it offered it in Harvey, to have personnel that have American Sign Language as part of the way that they communicate. That would even have been a problem. They never offered that in Puerto Rico, but that would have been a problem because American Sign Language and Puerto Rican Sign Language are totally different. The structure of the way that information is communicated in the Puerto Rican deaf community is quite different. But I want to point out, and I think it was Ms. Yentl that mentioned it, a lot of Puerto Ricans don't have property titles, título de propiedad. That is especially true, and I'm sure you've heard it, Ms. Cantu, from the people at Loíza and El Caño Martín Peña. It took FEMA about 3 months to be able to tell the municipalities and the central government, listen, let us go with just an affidavit, thank you, an affidavit that states that your neighbor knows that you've been living there for X number of years. It is a clear violation of civil rights. Why? Because, first of all, you don't have equal access to the way that you are being treated or to the services that you have a right to be provided. Also, we have in San Juan and in other areas of Puerto Rico, but mostly in San Juan, a very large Dominican population, people that came from the Dominican Republic with or without the appropriate papers to be in Puerto Rico. I don't like to call anyone illegal. They just don't have the appropriate papers, undocumented yet. Just this morning, we woke up to the news that New York passed a legislation stating that anyone can vote in their elections. So, it's moving forward. But it made it a lot more difficult for people that were undocumented to come forward, because when they see somebody dressed with the federal seal, they think of ICE. So they don't come forward. And at a time like that, people have to come forward. But also the people that were, and I'll give you an example. There was the ship, I forget the name of the ship that was brought. The U.S. Comfort. The U.S. Comfort was brought to Puerto Rico, and we thought, oh, that's great. It's really going to help. And then there were no guidelines, and people were denied treatment. People were denied. They were not allowed. If we send them to the U.S. Comfort, they were not allowed to go in because the U.S. Comfort would only deal with certain types of ailments. So time after time, there are specific examples. I just want to finish with this, with something that Ms. Miranda mentioned and Ms. Goed Navarro. In the U.S., the state of Texas receives money from FEMA, but also the cities directly receive money from FEMA, especially if the cities are above 500,000 or 350,000 people that are populated. No one in Puerto Rico, no city, San Juan at the time had 375,000 population. If there is a way, and where there is a will, there is a way, to not only leave that money at the state level in Puerto Rico, but to also treat us like other jurisdictions where they put the money in the hands of the municipalities and also have a plan for the municipalities to put the hands in the money of the non-governmental organizations. It is a lot faster. What we learned from New York City is to get our religious leaders, recreational leaders, our community leaders, and put the aid in their hands. I never went around giving boxes of food for political reasons. I gave it all to organizations that then gave the food for humanitarian reasons. And I think that looking at protecting the civil rights from the standpoint of the municipal government and the non-governmental organizations also helps to minimize some of those inefficiencies in the distribution.
Mr. Commissioner, as I told earlier, we do have people, trans people that was denied because of the system says a gender mark was different that they was assumed, and that's a clear missing of civil rights. That's a clear way to discriminate to those peoples because they have to go through an appeal process in order to get, and they were devastated because of the hurricane impact, and they was lost in the middle of nowhere trying to fight with this agency because of a gender mark.
Can I do a quick follow-up on that USS Comfort? One of the things that, I'm sorry, Commissioner Degley, I just want to get this. One of the things that sort of boggles my mind about what happened with Maria is in most disasters, deaths occur at the event and not after the event. This was flipped in Puerto Rico because of issues of people who had dialysis, people who have diabetes. There are any number of different people who would fit the definition of disabled under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Did they attempt to get access to the USS Comfort? Was there any sort of recognition of this by the federal government in getting appropriate dialysis machines or supplies of insulin to this island? Because this information is available to the federal government. They have it all, whether it's through the census, the American Community Survey, whether it's their Medicaid stats. They know what the population health is like here and who's got what or more likely have whatever. Did any of that occur?
Mr. Yaki, the Hospital El Maestro, which is very close by, needed generators. They did the forms, and they did the forms. The generator never came. The municipality of San Juan, at the time, we put the generators in there after their ICU collapsed. And why after? Because that's when we could get there. Ever since, while I was mayor, the Hospital El Maestro, which is a hospital for the teachers that have worked in our public system, every time there was a blackout, which in Puerto Rico occurs every day, I'm living now in Massachusetts, but my parents, my brother and my daughter live in Puerto Rico, and it's like, it's a joke, you know? And it's not a joke, because we don't want electricity to take warm showers. We wanted electricity at the time so our doctors did not have to operate with the light on their cell phones. So no. FEMA, you put out a form and you ask for it and you ask for it, and nothing came. Because I screamed and I complained a lot, they put an entire battalion of people from FEMA to work at the Coliseo Roberto Clemente, which was the largest shelter in Puerto Rico. And what they did was handled the paperwork. I don't know if Ms. Miranda has gotten this information from other mayors, but we inputted the information in one system, and then they literally would tell us, no, that's not good. Now you have to input the same information in another system. This is why I have proposed that we should come up at the U.S. national level and at the Puerto Rican national level with an emergency management system that includes all of the information previously. We know what a Category 1 hurricane is going to reflect in terms of maybe, you know, the Centro for Nueva Economía can tell us, Category 1, this is usually how much we are going to lose. So we shouldn't be waiting for the administration, whichever administration it is, to decide what they're going to approve from now on. So the answer is no. These hospitals, and I went to various hospitals in San Juan, did not receive what they had asked from FEMA, because simply FEMA did not have generators in hand.
And the comfort wasn't accessible?
The comfort, you would ask for people to be in an intake in the comfort, and they would tell us, no, it's not for that type of women that wanted to give birth. It's not like you decide when you want to give birth. So I want to give birth in a place where I know that my child will be taken care of.
So, I mean, what were the criteria? You had to be maimed or something like that? You know, to get on? I mean, if you're in a medical emergency, wasn't that the whole purpose that they trumpeted the comfort being?
Trauma. If you had trauma, severe trauma, then, but not for
Diabetic shock, no.
No. And
Dialysis, renal failure from dialysis?
No, and I'll finish by saying this. At the municipality of San Juan, with the University of Sagrado Corazon, and I know what I'm going to say, it's going to be controversial. They had about 30 Cuban doctors that were studying to become nurses in the United States. And the president of the University of Sagrado Corazon brought them to San Juan, and we went through communities, just scouting for people, and gave out about 736, of course, you know, it might be 700 and more than that, but medication that we identified people. And we would go back and give them the medication again and again and again. So there's no national Puerto Rican stockpile of things like diabetic insulin and so forth, high blood pressure, asthma medications. We established things called Centers for Citizen Transformation, where they would have access run by the communities. And Comerío is doing one next week, run by the communities to deal with basic health issues at the community level.
If I can add to your question, one, I'm going to find for you, I recall quite a few articles coming out around the problems with the comfort and how they were turning people away. So I'm going to search those and share them. And I'd also like to put you in touch with MAVI, which is an organization that I referred to earlier, not by name, but when I was speaking in my report. Immediately after Hurricane Maria, they requested that data from FEMA because they're an organization that their expertise is advocating for and providing services to people with disabilities all across Puerto Rico. And they knew that those people were going to have special needs and that needed to be immediately attended to. They did not receive that data. At first, they were denied because they were told it was a confidentiality issue and there was no way around that. After their insistence, suddenly FEMA found a way around it. And yes, with an MOU, they could get that data. They provided that MOU. It still took them 9 months to give that data to MAVI. As a reminder, those 3,000 people, more than 3,000 people who died in that aftermath, many from those chronic health issues and disabilities, died in the first 6 months. And had that data been provided to that organization, they may have been able to pull their resources together to provide the support to those folks. But as was mentioned in mine, and you just mentioned it, FEMA was not working with the nonprofit organizations here on the ground who know their communities best, who were the first responders. And we have seen this in each of the disasters since. There is, for some reason, a resistance from both FEMA and the central government in Puerto Rico to partner with the network of community-based and grassroots organizations to capitalize on their expertise and the trust that they have in communities. And the result of that was lives lost, and in particular, our disability community.
Great. I think that there may be a couple that just wanted to come back to my question about.
Yeah, that's.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I wanted to add, I agree with everything that's being said, but I think, and I understand your question in terms of the specificity, I can't even say it in Spanish, but I can understand the question, but I think it's more systemic than just an example. In the case of the League of Puerto Rican Cities, and I agree with what Charlotte is saying and the mayor are saying, that nonprofit organizations, community organizations were first responders, but so were municipalities. So in the League of Cities, what we're advocating is to move from resilience to systemic change. Because the focus on resiliency, what it means is that we have to keep on being prepared to survive whatever comes our way. I'm tired and exhausted of being resilient. I can understand resiliency from a climate change perspective, but when it comes to recovery, for you to ask me and my communities to be resilient is really a slap on the face. So I think the conversation has to be more about the system that we have and how there has to be real systemic change to impede the violation of civil rights. We can give you a list of concrete examples if you want. If we have more time, we can send it your way, but I think overall, the conversation has to be about the system that we have and how there has to be real systemic change that moves us from resiliency to real equitable development and recovery. So I think that that's something that should be included.
To add to that question, specifically, I think we can look to the fact that President Trump wanted to sell Puerto Rico as a response, right? If we want to see of what the attitude was towards Puerto Rico in particular, I think that gives a clear example. And also in language access. Language access is protected under the Civil Rights Law for national origin. Puerto Rico is clearly an example of that. In 2000, President Clinton put out an executive order that required federal agencies to provide meaningful language access. I do not believe FEMA is complying with that. There is guidance, specific guidance on when that meaningful access has to be provided. I'm going to read it and you determine whether Puerto Rico meets these standards. The 4 factors that are supposed to be considered is 1, the number or proportion of LEP, limited English proficient persons who are eligible to be served or likely to be encountered by the program or grantee. In Puerto Rico, that's everybody. The frequency with which LEP individuals come in contact with the program. In a disaster relief program, understood. The nature and importance of the program, activity, or service provided by the program to people's lives. What is more important than your disaster relief and recovery? And the resources available to the grantee, recipient, or cost. And in the case of FEMA, with Puerto Rico alone, has over $38 billion at its disposal. That's only Puerto Rico. I believe Puerto Rico meets all of those standards, and FEMA should be in compliance with language access, and they absolutely were not in the response to Hurricane Maria.
I just want to check to see if Ms. Yentl wanted to weigh in on this topic, and then there may be others.
Thank you, and I would agree with everything that has been said, and especially the last comments, which I was going to touch on and won't, but I would just come back to the title documentation issues as what I think is one of the clearest patterns of discrimination by FEMA for decades. After Hurricane Katrina, there were thousands of people in Alabama and Louisiana, disproportionately Black households in predominantly Black communities that hand down homeownership more informally, that were denied assistance. After Hurricane Michael in the Panhandle, 50% of families, households, were denied assistance due to title documentation. Again, it was in the region of the state that is disproportionately people of color and disproportionately poor. After the after the wildfires in California, 70% of applicants were denied assistance due to title documentation. Again, these were predominantly Latino farm workers who, again, had informal documentation and were denied. In all cases, FEMA was aware that the issue was as simple as having alternative documentation, but chose instead to deny households. And again, in Puerto Rico, 77,000 households were denied for that reason. FEMA has made improvements very recently, and they're important improvements. They do nothing to help all those households that have already been denied, and especially in the case of Puerto Rico and the more recent disasters, FEMA should be required to reopen those cases, allow those applicants to reapply and receive the assistance they're entitled to.
One clarification on that point. Does the requirement of showing title exist in the law?
What's actually by FEMA's own rules, FEMA is allowed to use alternate documentation, but they refuse to do so again and again.
So it's a practice, in a sense, it's a
Yes.
practice that's being used that is having discriminatory impact over and over again in disaster region after disaster region, is what you're telling us.
Exactly right.
Thank you.
One very specific example, once they got over FEMA calling beef jerky an entree, when you look at the box, it said entree, and it was a beef jerky. Then they went to military ratio food. The instructions for that were in English. And a lot of cases, people would burn themselves. Because if you didn't know what you were doing, you could burn yourself. So one of the things that I've said in my written recommendations is, and that I've suggested to FEMA many times with no avail, is that we can deputize municipal employees. We can train municipal employees in all 78 municipalities. Not all of them are going to be able to work in a disaster like this, which I hope in my lifetime I never get to see again. But FEMA can deputize them, and then they would have access immediately to thousands of people that speak Spanish, that know the culture, and that can help them navigate within. And that would be a very easy way to ensure that we have the appropriate amount of people and make sure that the intellectual property of those processes stays in Puerto Rico.
I yield to Commissioner Kaladny.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've talked about a lot of different problems. Is there one location where you can talk about the solutions in preparation for the next type of disaster? In other words, is there a list of solutions that you propose to assist Puerto Ricans in the face of another disaster?
Yeah, yes, resounding absolute yes, bold underscore. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can be done.
Will you provide them to us?
Yeah, I can. Do you want me to read them now? Yeah.
We
So
only
I'm-
have a few more
So I'm going to
minutes
give
for
you
questions.
three, but I think that the first one would be to decentralize recovery funds to ensure a more expeditious, equitable, and just recovery. Puerto Rico is heavily centralized, and there's a metrocentric approach that impedes access to those. So I think that would be one. I think that the other one that I would highlight would be to reduce the risk of disaster recovery spending at the local level through the allocation of funding to increase the capacity of municipalities. I agree with what the mayor is saying, that municipalities should be seen as a great resource that we have. They are the first responders, so we can submit you have our written statement, so our recommendations are there. But I think decentralization would be the central thing that should be done.
I'm quite interested in the response to disabled people. And yesterday, we went to a couple of communities just maybe a half hour away, which could be very far away if the roads are blocked. I think Director Padilla-Ruiz spoke about a list of disabled people. Is there any inventory taken as to how you can assist disabled people in these communities outside of San Juan? And were they assisted in San Juan at the one shelter? Was there any actual assistance provided that could save their lives?
Yes, Commissioner. The municipality of San Juan ran 7 shelters. The largest shelter in Puerto Rico was Coliseo Roberto Clemente. We had about 850 people, 200 employees that remained there to sustain all of the other operations. We produced about between 5,500 and 6,000 meals a day to provide to everybody. But every shelter had an emergency unit, as emergency as it could be. We could deal with everything except sutura. ¿Cómo se dice sutura? Except, suturing, major suturing. We had our ambulances, and then we could send them to the municipal hospital, which was very close by. But one of the things that we did is we relied a lot in the community organizations, non-governmental organizations. And you can go to Playita right now. They have the first Center for Citizenship Transformation. And they had, which was done after Hurricane Maria, but we had already been working with their leadership of all political parties. I don't even know which party they belong to. And they had a list, row by row, street by street, of the conditions, health conditions of each one of the people.
And that was in San Juan?
That was in San Juan. But I know the same thing happened in communities in Comerío, in communities in Loíza, in Rio Grande, San Sebastián, where the mayor was very active. And in fact, San Sebastián was the first municipality that, with their volunteers and municipal employees, put their electrical grid to work, not waiting for PREPA at the time or the central government. So there were some efforts at the municipal level and by non-governmental organizations. It depends on the municipality, how tight you are with them, and how the information is. We knew at the municipality of San Juan of 4 people that on any situation we called because they needed they needed oxygen and machinery to keep living.
Right.
So we would call them up, pick them up, take them to the hospital, and keep them there to make sure that they were taken care of. But that could be done at a national Puerto Rican level in a more structured way. But I would put the weight on the non-governmental organizations and the municipalities to support whatever the central government can provide.
Yeah,
Oh,
can I add, and we got connected through Hispanic Federation, but there's La Liga is partnering with 3+ Connect to develop an app that will allow us not only to close the gap between the disaster and the needs that the community needs. And what we asked the team, and I don't know if Charlotte is going to talk about this, but one of the things that we asked was, let's not only think about how do we disperse the goods that are coming, the commodities, but how can we have an assessment, like a community census, per community, per municipality, where we could have the data and we can have like a continuous community survey that would be done every year to identify the needs. So that's something that we're working on right now with this organization. But as you know, that it takes money. So there has to be political will from the central government to understand that a tool like this that is managed by an organization in collaboration with other nonprofit groups and in collaboration with municipalities is something that should be an investment. Recovery, it's more than buildings, it's systemic change. So we're advocating for that as well.
Do you believe that there were any extraordinary delays in receiving funding that you've mentioned because of discrimination? Do you have any evidence of that?
We can provide some from some of the investigations that have been looked at into, again, how the Trump administration particularly put many of the things that were mentioned that were barriers. You can look to those and assume that those unique barriers that were forced on Puerto Rico were probably done intentionally with an effort to prevent funding from getting to Puerto Rico that created delays. Whether there was an explicit line that says we're doing this to delay it, no. Was that something that can be understood by many of the decisions that were made, that you could assume that they were going to cause delays? I think so. And so if we collect a lot of what has been said here today, we'll see that those decisions that were made and applied uniquely to Puerto Rico, those administrative barriers, that moving of the goalpost constantly, seem to have been intentional interference. And this we've seen along the way, not just with FEMA, but with other funding that has come to Puerto Rico through Department of Education, through HUD, and others.
I have looked at the HUD funding specifically, and if you read the report from the Office of the Inspector General that came out in April, it's very clear that they were playing some sort of game with Puerto Rico. I mean, it's very hard to pinpoint a specific individual and say this person specifically wanted to discriminate against Puerto Rico, but the language that was used by former HUD officials that agreed to be interviewed by the Inspector General, I think is very clear. I mean, they mentioned things like poison pills. They were concerned about whether some of the things OMB was requiring were even legal. Inside HUD, they were questioning that. Also, the submission to review by OIDA, it's unheard of in the case of disaster relief, and those funds were subjected to that additional review. So if you look at the totality of the circumstances, at least to that $8.3 billion tranche for mitigation activities, I think it's very clear that the intent was to delay as much as possible the disbursement of those funds to Puerto Rico.
Thank you very much.
Can I just follow up really quickly? Has anyone done any look, you talked earlier a lot about how all these contracts are going to the mainland and not going locally. Has anyone done a look to see were those contracts going to white majority firms versus the fact that if they were to do local contracting here, they would, just by sheer numbers, be going to black and brown owned firms?
We put out a dashboard of some of my colleagues at the Center for the New Economy, which Ms. Gosset Navarro mentioned. But unfortunately, we couldn't get that level of detail. We did identify, though, that over 90% of the contracting money was going to mainland firms, but we really couldn't get the granularity that you're asking for, and perhaps that's something that could be changed in the system going to the future, to request that data be produced so the analysis can be done by independent observers.
I do want to add this, a report that was published by Sembrando Sentido. It's included in our statement, but what they studied was CDBG-DR. And what's important to understand is that there's also a narrative in Puerto Rico by our central government that says that there's no capacity in Puerto Rico. We were really not ready to manage what happened with Maria. That's the reality. But the fact that we kept on signing contracts with outside consulting companies that have no cultural competence, that have they don't manage the language, and then they don't come to Puerto Rico and they hire Puerto Ricans to do the job is something that's really concerning for us. And one of the things that's concerning for us is that there's no knowledge transfer. This is resiliency as an example. If we want systemic change, we have to hire companies in Puerto Rico and build the workforce development, and we have to make sure that we have the capacity to withstand whatever comes our way. So that report is included and mentioned, but it's not for FEMA, it's CDBG-DR.
And just this one little thing. I wonder if you would agree with what I think I've been hearing, which is that decentralizing aid, using more whether to the municipalities or community-based organizations, could have the impact of addressing issues of language, cultural competency, knowledge of the disability community, persons in the different communities in immediate response. Do you agree or disagree?
Definitely agree.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is the way it should go. That is the way that it happens in some U.S. jurisdictions. And if I may, Mr. Cladney, just one quote. When asked why it took so long for FEMA to get things to Puerto Rico, this is a direct quote from the then President of the United States. It's because they are an island surrounded by water, lots and lots of water, ocean water, end of quote.
Thank you.
So when the head is not screwed on right, the rest of the body doesn't work.
I'm going to check in with Commissioner Gilchrist before we close today's first panel. If there's any additional information or an additional comment, please.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank the panelists for their remarks today. very much interesting remarks, and I appreciate their time today. I also appreciate the commission having a way for those of us that were unable to be with you today to chime in. So again, thank you for your comments today, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to make those remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, I do appreciate that everybody got started almost exactly perfectly on time. And I also want to let you know we're going to be taking a 10-minute break. Do not go far away because we will start on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will now briefly introduce the panelists in the order in which they will speak for our second panel. Our first speaker is Ariadna Michelle Gaudreau Aubert, Executive Director, Ayuda Legal Puerto Rico. Our second speaker is Tania Rosario Mendez, Executive Director, Taller Salud. Our third speaker is Ruth Santiago Esquire, Comité Diálogo Ambiental, the Committee Dialogue on the Environment. Our fourth speaker is Carla Minet, Executive Director, Centro de Periodismo Investigativo, the Center for Investigative Journalism. Our fifth speaker is Yarimar Bonilla, Director, Center for Puerto Rican Studies. Our sixth and final speaker for panel 2 is Amaris Torres Rivera, Executive Director, Fundación Fondo de Acceso a la Justicia, Access to Justice Foundation. Ms. Gaudreau Aubert, you are first up. Please proceed.
Distinguished members of the Commission, thank you for your invitation to present this testimony. Civil rights in Puerto Rico have been in peril for long. A situation worsened by austerity, inequality, unsustainable public debt, and colonialism. Disasters have brought us closer to a social and economic crisis that threatens the possibility of a future in Puerto Rico. 11% of the population has left in a decade. Relieving Hurricane María and its impact is a conscious attempt to transform neglected collective pain into an actual just recovery. Because we are a colony, federal and local governments share the responsibility to guarantee civil and human rights and to lead survivors to resiliency. We need disaster assistance to arrive quickly, ensuring accessibility to shelters and aid, compliance with civil rights standards. We need coherent planning, equitable access to funds, displacements minimization guarantees, and real and effective participation. Recovery programs should never be a blind bet on random and possible outcomes, but a strategized road towards a long-term sustainable recovery. Crises do not affect all people equally. Unattended emergencies have a cumulative effect on the rights of historically marginalized groups. Inexistent and flawed recovery statistics and systemic racism allow discrimination against women, Black, and elders through the recovery process in Puerto Rico to remain unaccounted for. Our experience at Ayuda Legal Puerto Rico, leading disaster legal aid and advocacy post-Maria, and accompanying thousands of families throughout the island, signal to an unequivocal disparate impact on these groups. Nearly 58% of FEMA applications and 75% of the appeals were denied. 2/3 of the families that received assistance to repair their homes received awards of less than $3,000. According to the Puerto Rico Comptroller, between 43% and 80% of the works commissioned by the FEMA STEP program to Hogar Renace were left unfinished. On February 2018, the government of Puerto Rico was allocated $20 billion in CDBG-DR funds. Families who were not able to access FEMA, who were turned down or neglected by Tu Hogar Renace, applied to DR housing programs. Between July 2019 and January 2020, 27,000 families applied. As of today, only 1,500 homes have been repaired, and less than 300 houses have been rebuilt. In February 2020, it was estimated that between 15,000 and 18,000 families were still living under blue tarps. First response was characterized by abuse of force, deficient nutritional boxes, a delay in the establishment of disaster relief centers, officials who spoke only in English, and the militarization of response. The local government, otherwise absent, implemented a curfew that was senseless considering that it was people who assumed the first response. A few days into the curfew, a Black man was killed by the police in a clear show of force. Despite the major power outage that lasted for long months and its impact in communications, FEMA insisted on having disaster applications filed through hotlines or internet platforms. Lack of transportation and access to justice increased the vulnerability of low income, of elders, of families with kids, and survivors with mobility challenges who could not reach the DRCs to present their applications. Ayuda Legal Puerto Rico went to communities, interviewed affected individuals, traveled back to areas with internet access, uploaded thousands of applications, and later returned to the communities to hand down registration numbers so that those people could have a chance. Half of the population of Puerto Rico lacks formal title. Nothing in Puerto Rico laws or FEMA regulations require owners to register their properties. Yet, FEMA's incorrect interpretation of owner excluded thousands of families from receiving housing assistance. At Ayuda Legal, we researched, we created, we drafted a sworn statement to serve as the alternative proof of title. And with other advocates, we fought FEMA to stop them from barring assistance to families with informal titles. In the end, in June 2018, we won, but it was already too late. FEMA's reluctance to notify applicants about their right to appeal and to use this form placed on the backs of nonprofits the responsibility to let applicants know about this chance. Thousands of families lost the possibility of receiving assistance. This form recently became part of the new FEMA guidelines. While we celebrate the impact that this will have on other survivors in other jurisdictions of the U.S., we condemn that this will not have a retroactive effect for Puerto Rico, so that applicants that were unfairly denied assistance could have the possibility of finally repairing their homes. Moreover, and recently, FEMA's recoupment processes have become an actual concern for survivors who are still awaiting a safe dwelling. Lack of formal documentation responds to socioeconomic elements, such as lack of access to justice, insecurity of tenure, and land rescues grounded on unmet housing needs. Moreover, informal titles respond to a system grounded on racial oppression, slavery, redlining, predatory lending practices, which historically forbade Black people from owning land. Lack of clear ownership eligibility criteria has also been an obstacle for Black and people of color in the U.S. FEMA and other disaster recovery funds should abide by policies that promote access. It is our position that individual legal strategies are not a real solution for the title issue, nor is the federal imposition of real property regulatory system amidst disasters. Addressing informal titles in Puerto Rico requires a structural policy change at a local level that cannot be discussed or solved in an emergency situation. Although I don't have more time for this brief initial comment, I wanted to stress that first response application processes and eligibility criteria set the ground for equitable and just recovery. Addressing civil rights protection requires revising how these instances comply with principles of non-discrimination, accountability, and participation. And also the fact that we are here before this commission because we truly believe that we are in a moment that, where we can elaborate clear cross-cutting guidelines and good practices to respect, protect, and promote the civil rights of people amidst disasters, even of those people who are still living in a colony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Even though we had a malfunction on our timing, you were 10 seconds early. So te le felicito. That's wonderful. Our next speaker is okay, I'm going to turn to pages. There we go. Our next speaker is Ms. Santiago. No, Ms. Mendez. Okay. So please bear with me. I'm malfunctioning. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Cantu, and all members of the Commission for this opportunity to speak about FEMA's role in disaster preparedness and response to Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. For more than 40 years, Taller Salud has addressed health disparities that often are rooted in social, racial, and economic inequalities. The following statement is based on expertise, first-hand experience, and data-driven insights. In the aftermath of Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico was on its own, with limited capacity and resources to guarantee subsistence needs and social protection. It should be recalled that a major disaster declaration was signed by former President Donald Trump, but a sense of urgency and commitment to robust actions was missing. After days without assistance, it became evident that the emergency situation was evolving into a major humanitarian crisis. There was no electricity, no food, no water, no cell phone service or internet. Our entire infrastructure had collapsed, and our most vulnerable people were left to die in their homes.
I want to be very clear. Federal preparedness and response to Hurricane Maria was at best mediocre and at worst genocidal. Before this body, Taller Salud would like to denounce FEMA's lack of planning and coordination, coupled with discriminatory practices that cost thousands of lives in Puerto Rico. In Loíza, a town that is majority Black and majority women, 53% of people live under the poverty line. Gender inequality manifests itself in a variety of ways, including poverty and lack of economic access, lack of housing, underemployment, lack of support system, and a high rate of gender-based violence. When emergency strikes, women are always at the forefront of recovery and rebuilding, but they also bear the brunt of calamity and are the most vulnerable at the hands of austerity, physical abuse, institutional violence, and lack of access to proper health care and safe housing. After the storm, 5 of the 7 domestic violence shelters in Puerto Rico had to close due to infrastructure damage, lack of electricity, and absence of support by the central government. Because police officers were acting mostly as traffic and supply guards, women were unable to denounce violent situations and were forced to stay in dangerous environments. Local news reports have counted 7 women murdered by partners or ex-partners during the aftermath of the catastrophe, but to this date, the Puerto Rico Women's Advocate Office has not assessed nor published validated data regarding violence against women after Hurricane Maria. All of this constitute a violation of women's rights. The decisions made by FEMA in the first 30 days after the hurricane had consequences we are still dealing with 4 years after the storm made landfall. According to 2020 census data, Loíza has experienced a 21% reduction in its population. That's a 13% increase from the American Community Survey's 2017 estimate. This displacement has in part happened as a direct result of FEMA's inability or unwillingness to expedite the relief aid process. More than 3,000 homes in Loíza were left without roofs or so severely damaged that were rendered unsafe to live in. Yet FEMA has repeatedly rejected federal assistance requests from residents because of regulatory requirements that aren't tailored to the geographic and social realities of Puerto Rico. In 2018, FEMA published flood mapping declaring 95% of Loíza in a flood zone, making it impossible for our communities to rebuild post-emergency as FEMA requires flood insurance in order to reimburse for damages. Yet those same lands can be swiftly picked up by private capital contributing to gentrification, resource depletion, and even more displacement down the line. This bureaucratic chain is not only deficient, but it is downright cruel and discriminatory. However, the immediate needs in Loíza were met with an immediate response from the community. Women specifically organized themselves, surveyed the destruction, and quickly got to work to ensure the safety and well-being of those around them. They rolled up their sleeves and set up community kitchens across Loíza to cook for hundreds of people. Our approach to human rights and the facilitation of participatory processes within and outside of our community allowed us to promptly address the magnitude of the needs and to evaluate the necessary adjustments to the best of our abilities. We did community censuses around town to better understand the urgent needs of women, men, children, senior citizens, and people with disabilities. After all, nobody knows communities better than community members themselves. The Puerto Rican diaspora was vocal about the human rights violations occurring on the island, and with the help of hundreds of volunteers, we got aid where it belonged, in people's hands and homes. Undeniably, since 2017, Puerto Rico's history has been divided in 2 chapters, before and after Maria. The atrocities witnessed after this tragedy serve as a reminder of our colonial status and the severe impact it has on the lives of Puerto Ricans on the island and across the globe. One thing is crystal clear to us. When the government doesn't do its job, people lose their lives. Since September 2017, inequities have harshened. Personal and professional opportunities are now much more fleeting. Social and well-being programs are even more deficient and lacking. Our communities and younger generations face the choice of leaving their hometowns at a rate much higher than before. Without a doubt, COVID-19 has exacerbated these circumstances, but the beatings our island took from the hurricane winds do not compare to the governmental abuse our people faced immediately after and to this day.
It is imperative that the government learn from Taller Salud's feminist strategy and listens to community-led coalitions as it develops disaster preparedness and recovery plans. Our work demonstrates the power of community resilience and the importance of feminism as a principle in disaster relief. Long-term recovery efforts require investing in the women leaders in the communities. That's the way forward, alongside our communities, with our women on the front lines, prioritizing the collective, centering the voices of those most affected by the issues, looking for solutions and answers within our peoples, not without. The solution has always been and will always be collective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. We will now hear from Ms. Santiago.
Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the civil rights implications of the federal response to the impacts of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. This testimony focuses on the multiple efforts that numerous community and environmental groups have made to provide input to FEMA and other government agencies on the necessary transformation of the Puerto Rico electric system to address the disproportionate burdens that centralized, fossil-fired, import-dependent energy generation exerts on poor and majority Afro-descendant communities in the municipalities of Salinas, Guayama, Peñuelas, Guayanilla, and other municipalities in Puerto Rico where electric infrastructure is located. And the purpose of the testimony also is to highlight civil society proposals to achieve environmental and climate justice. There's more detail in the written testimony. More than 4 years after Hurricane Maria, a cursory review of the electric system casts a disappointing and potentially lethal tally. After the hurricane, the centralized grid with its poles, towers, wires, and substations largely running from the big fossil-fired plants in southern Puerto Rico through the Central Mountain Range to the north, especially to the San Juan metropolitan area, was stood up amid scandals of companies like Whitefish and Cobra profiting handsomely from dubious work. Another company, New Fortress Energy, built an LNG terminal to import highly volatile methane gas that is frequently inoperable and was constructed without the necessary authorization from the Federal Regulatory Energy Commission. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or an environmental justice analysis of how nearby communities would be impacted by this new threat. The Punta Lima wind farm was blown away by the hurricane, as was a utility-scale land-based solar array near where the storm made landfall. The AES coal-fired power plant in Guayama continues to spew toxins, contaminate the South Coast aquifer, and adversely impact the largely Afro-descendant population. The new grid operator, a joint venture created by Quanta Services and ATCO Canadian Utilities called Luma Energy, is lobbying to rebuild the existing centralized fossil-enabling energy grid with a historic amount of FEMA and other federal funds that perpetuates disproportionate impacts and environmental injustice. The government of Puerto Rico, while paying lip service to renewable energy, continues to push for the reconstruction of the 20th century system that overburdens nearby communities and has failed after each hurricane in the past 30 years. Governor Pierluisi, who took power with barely 32% of the vote, is asking FEMA to hand over $9.6 billion to rebuild a centralized transmission and distribution grid and add new methane gas-fired power plants, and not 1 penny for renewables. In 2005, Congress determined that rebuilding these lines over and over was not a cost-effective strategy. And I cite, electric power transmission and distribution lines in insular areas, including Puerto Rico, are inadequate to withstand damage caused by the hurricanes and typhoons. In contrast, civil society proposals put forward by community, environmental, labor and professional organizations, academia, and religious congregations are calling on FEMA and PREPA, the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, to invest the historic amount of funds to provide life-saving distributed renewable energy, primarily on-site or rooftop solar and battery energy storage systems, to enable Puerto Rican residents, businesses, and institutions access to resilient power as set out in the We Want Sun, Queremos Sol proposal. The proposed transformation of the electric system would alleviate the load on poor and largely Afro-descendant communities that are overburdened by the centralized fossil-fired electric system. in Salinas, Guayama, Peñuelas, Guayanilla, and parts of the San Juan metro area. But Puerto Rico's civil society proposals thus far have fallen on deaf ears. The EPA Title VI implementing regulations bar disproportionate impact in addition to intentional discrimination. In the administration of environmental programs such as siting and enforcement, we ask this commission to urge the federal government to earmark the historic amount of FEMA funds for on-site and rooftop solar and battery energy systems and similar alternatives to alleviate the burden of poor and largely Afro-descendant communities close to the fossil-fired plants. We urge the Commission to investigate the LUMA contract and the role of the Federal Fiscal Oversight and Management Board in its imposition of the LUMA contract and in the electric crisis that we are experiencing. The use of the historic amount of FEMA funds allocated for the electric system will determine the viability of Puerto Rico for generations to come and could be instrumental in achieving environmental and climate justice in the archipelago. And so you see that in terms of the electric system, the request here is prospective. It's because the FEMA funding is still pending. There has not been a decision by the federal government. There is still time for this commission and others to weigh in and influence the decision and have the Biden-Harris administration fulfill its promises and its commitments in, for example, Executive Order 14008 that require tackling the climate crisis and also centering environmental justice so that the communities near the plants that, as I mentioned, are largely Afro-descendant communities are not overburdened by, continue to be overburdened by fossil fuel generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santiago. We're now going to hear from Ms. Mitnet. Please proceed.
No, in English. Yes. Good morning. I value the opportunity to talk in this public briefing for the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights on the civil rights implications of disaster relief, Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. I hope that this becomes a productive forum in which we are not only heard, but that can be linked to solutions to the problems and injustices that are brought to your attention. My name is Carla Minet. I am the Executive Director of Centro de Periodismo Investigativo, the Center for Investigative Journalism, or CPI in Spanish. The CPI is a nonprofit organization celebrating 15 years of doing incisive investigative journalism, training journalists in Puerto Rico and the Caribbean, and doing litigation for access to public records. We have a team of 5 members, 5 journalists that have been devoted permanently for the past 4 years to investigating the recovery process after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Given the time limits and that our reporting for the past 4 years is available on the internet and accounts for many civil rights violations, I will focus today on very specific backstage events that may give you an insight of the challenges we have faced as journalists while investigating the recovery process that show systemic problems we face given our colonial relationship with the U.S. In June 2020, the Health Department of Puerto Rico said to the CPI that it handed over to the local emergency management agency information about the number of electricity-dependent persons in each municipality that comes from the federal database called EmpowerMap, so that it was given to the mayors of these municipalities. But the information shared did not include the names of the patients or their addresses, because allegedly this information should be handed after the disaster because of an MOA that protect private information. Health Department said to CPI, this is a huge contradiction with the logic of preparedness and anticipating tragedies and deaths. And like all protocols suggest, moving people that are dependent from electricity before a Category 5 hurricane hits.
Ms. Minette, could you pull the mask up a little bit? Up.
Oh, I'm
Gracias,
sorry.
gracias.
In trying to understand how this information was gathered by the Federal EmpowerMap program, CPI journalist Elivan Martinez submitted a Freedom of Information request to HHS on June 2021, including emails and letters in which the Empower program communicated to officials of the government of Puerto Rico regarding the Empower Map platform, dates of training events, and the names of Puerto Rican public official participants, dates in which the Empower Map team supported the Puerto Rico Department of Health with situational awareness and IT tools to identify electricity-dependent populations, and action reports under corrective action improvement plans for the program in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands since January 2017 up to the production date. HHS has denied our request for expedited processing, even though we are a press entity and qualified, and we were in the middle of the hurricane season, which established the urgency. And until now, HHS has not handed the information we requested, violating all due process that is supposedly guaranteed by FOIA. In a separate effort, we filed another FOIA request to the Department of Homeland Security, the FEMA, dated February 26, 2021. We had interviewed several FEMA employees at the Puerto Rico Recovery Office that had presented complaints regarding work harassment and had said that nothing happened with the superiors. In the FOIA, we were seeking all the available disaggregated data presented in the quarterly public report on complaints, notifications about labor discrimination in FEMA for years 2015 to 2021, including the data on the origin of these complaints broken down by FEMA region, state, and territory. The information request was denied because no responsive data was located. OER does not track complaints this way, therefore does not maintain such records. A few months later, an audit by the Department of Homeland Security Office of the Inspector General analyzed 305 complaints about sexual harassment by evaluating 7,000 internal FEMA documents dated 2012 and through 2018. It found that FEMA did not always adequately reported and investigated internal allegations of sexual misconduct, including sexual assault, unwelcome sexual advances, and sexual comments, and its operation in the United States and its territory. This information they use for this audit is exactly the kind of information we asked for with the FOIA. We persisted and filed another FOIA in October 2021 requesting a breakdown of the places of origin of the 3,005 complaints identified in the OIG audit. Still, no response. In Puerto Rico, we have a constitutional right of access to information. Even though it is far from being perfect, CPI goes to court to file these kinds of petitions I just described, and we usually get the information within weeks or months. In my view and experience, the problems of getting information through FOIA are real and constant obstacle to our accountability reporting regarding the recovery process. I've been to conferences and workshops about FOIA in the US, and I don't hear these stories from US mainland journalists. I will jump in. Last but not least important, as you might know, for the first time, FEMA has applied to an entire jurisdiction, Puerto Rico, a provision of the Stafford Act on disaster and emergency assistance that was included as an amendment after Hurricane Sandy in 2013. Since then, it had only been applied to develop 2,058 projects in 28 states. It was imposed on Puerto Rico government officials by the Trump administration, as our reporter Cristina del Marquiles revealed a few months ago. Section 428 allows for reconstruction in a stronger and more resilient manner, but Section 428 states that if the cost increase after estimates are approved, municipal governments are responsible for the extra expenses incurred. In those cases, FEMA will not disburse additional funds. This has become a huge bump in the road, as some mayors have confirmed to CPI. Our requests for interviews to agencies like FEMA and HHS take weeks or more to be granted. When granted, or we get generic and unclear responses, we inquire about this issue. This is not a wailing wall. It is a brief selection of the challenges we have faced during accountability reporting in the past years, and shows, in my view, the lack of empathy, the absence of urgency, and in many cases, an absolute disregard by federal agencies for Puerto Rican issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Santiago. Ms. Bennett. Next, we will hear from Dr. Bonilla. Please proceed.
Hello? Okay. On behalf of Centro, the Center for Puerto Rican Studies at Hunter College, I thank you for the opportunity to present oral testimony at today's hearing. We will be submitting our written statement digitally following today's procedures. Centro is a research institute solely dedicated to the study and interpretation of the Puerto Rican experience. We did not work directly with federal agencies in the management of disaster aid, but we have been closely tracking the impact of the storm and the challenges of recovery. Since 2017, Centro has produced 13 data reports and 4 annual assessments. We've documented displacement after the storm, the housing crisis provoked, and the impact of school closures. We also organized major events in Puerto Rico and New York and online, oriented towards capacity building and the formation of alliances across sectors. Based on these activities, our main recommendation is that it is imperative for FEMA to adopt an intersectional approach to emergency management in Puerto Rico and beyond. This entails paying closer attention to how various social and demographic variables, such as race, gender, age, disability, and geographic location, impact and combine in ways that hamper both individual and collective abilities to respond to disasters and access federal aid. This also includes a necessary recognition that inhabitants of U.S. territories face particular barriers which require FEMA to develop customized practices through local information gathering, such as the hearings today. We would like to particularly highlight the challenges faced by senior-age populations and disabled populations, as well as those living in particular geographic regions. In regards to seniors, it is important to recognize that seniors face unique vulnerability risks within Puerto Rico, including a lack of family support networks due to adult children not living in the same home or having migrated away from Puerto Rico. They also have lower probability to respond to disaster warnings due to lack of internet access. There are also particular socioeconomic characteristics regarding Puerto Rico's senior population that are important to note. Please allow me to provide you with some figures. In Puerto Rico, 22% of the population is elderly. This is much higher than the U.S. average of 16.5%. 40% of Puerto Rico's seniors live at or below the poverty line. This is again disproportionately high, where in the 50 states, the poverty rate for seniors is only 9.4% overall and 7.9% among Latinos. After Hurricane Maria, at least 1/3 of the senior age population applied for aid. By analyzing the data from FEMA applications, we found that senior applicants had disproportionately lower gross income levels relative to the overall population. More than half of senior age aid applicants reported less than $15,000 as their gross annual income. It should be noted that since Hurricane Maria, the senior age population has grown across municipalities. In other words, Puerto Rico's population is becoming disproportionately elderly, partly as a result of post-Maria displacement. Similar to seniors, people with disabilities experience particular obstacles and challenges in both the lead-up and the aftermath of disasters and emergencies. Again, let me provide some data points specific to Puerto Rico. 21% of our population is disabled. This is significantly higher than the average for the 50 states, which is 12.7%. Half of Puerto Rico's disabled population lives below the poverty line. This is again statistically higher than the 50 states, where it is only 20%. And these numbers have been increasing. Since 2017, poverty rates for the disabled have increased by 4.8%. Lastly, it is important to note that Puerto Rico's disabled population is not equally distributed geographically. Instead, there are various pockets of disabled communities, mostly in rural areas. In our analysis of U.S. Census data, we found that there are areas where as much as 100% of the population reported a disability in Puerto Rico. This is notably in the municipalities of Yauco, Jayuya, and Orocovis, all of which are rural areas. Thus, I would like to end by calling attention to the importance of geography. The impact of Hurricane Maria was seen across the entirety of Puerto Rico. And yet in our analysis, we found that it was only in the San Juan area where the number of aid applicants was proportionate to the population. Numerous studies have attributed this to FEMA's unfamiliarity with Puerto Rico's terrain beyond urban centers. It is worth noting that this is particularly concerning given the spatial concentrations of vulnerable communities in rural areas, as noted above. By creating barriers to access in rural areas, FEMA is also creating barriers for the elderly, the disabled, and other socially vulnerable populations. Lastly, I want to call attention to how living in a U.S. territory as opposed to a U.S. state inherently creates disproportionate access to aid. As numerous studies and previous panelists have argued, the federal response in Puerto Rico was overall slower and smaller in scale to what was seen after Hurricanes Harvey and Irma in Texas and Florida during the same period. I place this under the category of geography because in previous legal proceedings, other branches of the federal government have argued that Puerto Ricans are not the victims of discrimination based on race or ethnicity, given that when they migrate to the 50 states, they have full access to the rights and entitlements of U.S. citizens. However, it is obvious that the residents of this U.S. territory are disproportionately of Puerto Rican descent, and thus the lack of access to adequate aid in this particular geography must be understood as a form of ethnic discrimination, rooted in the United States' colonial history and imperial present. In closing, I urge federal, state, and local agencies to adopt an intersectional approach to questions of accessibility and to pay greater attention to how residing in a U.S. territory predisposes populations to experience barriers to federal aid. Indeed, I ask if this federal commission gave enough attention to the particular challenges involved in preparing testimony in English and in educating the public about their right to testify and attend these hearings, in a context where civil society is overtasked with filling the gaps of ineffective government response to our ongoing disasters, including not just hurricanes and earthquakes, but also the fiscal crisis and our ongoing pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bonilla. We will now hear from Ms. Torres Rivera. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, all the commission, for the invitation to participate on this public briefing. And I also want to recognize the all-women panel that is right now at this public briefing. I'm the executive director of the Fundación Fondo de Acceso a la Justicia, or Access to Justice Fund Foundation. It's a nonprofit foundation in Puerto Rico that provides funding to diverse nonprofit organizations to offer free legal services on civil matters to low-income and vulnerable communities. After Hurricane Irma and Maria, our foundation created the Legal Emergency Fund with the purpose of providing free legal assistance to disaster survivors, particularly low-income families, that were in imminent need of housing assistance. Currently, we have impacted 15,000 families in Puerto Rico. We subsidized over 20 nonprofit organizations and employed over 65 attorneys and notaries at law that worked in legal brigades throughout the 78 municipalities of Puerto Rico, helping specifically with FEMA applications, affidavits, and eventually letters of appeal. What we saw was that 65% of our participants were women, 78% were elders, specifically over 60 years old. But we wanted to highlight, because we are a foundation that has to do with legal services, we wanted to highlight specifically what we encountered through our experience with our legal projects. One of the significant discriminatory practices that we saw from FEMA was the denial of specifically 85,000 individual assistance applications because of the alleged lack of home ownership. Till this day, it is unclear why and how so many cases were denied because of the reason people were not able to prove ownership. And after some legal evaluation from our projects, our attorneys concluded that it was an arbitrary and discriminatory decision-making process from FEMA. During that time, our foundation collaborated with attorneys from Texas Access to Justice Foundation, and other attorneys from New Jersey, both having the experience of Hurricane Harvey in Texas and Sandy in New Jersey. And I always remember them telling me that in Puerto Rico, FEMA was requesting people so many documents, and it was such a different process from Texas and New Jersey from what it is supposed to be, the process of requesting documents, specifically because the Individual and Household Program Unified Guidance at that time had a definition of ownership and exceptions to document presentation that was never obligated for people to have a formal property title. And I also wanted to highlight this meeting in 2018 at the University of Puerto Rico Law School, where there were high-level FEMA officials. When I presented this issue about denials of land tenure or property title, I remember they were telling me that they don't know why it was an issue in Puerto Rico because they had previous experience from other US territories or jurisdictions with indigenous and tribal lands. And they made exceptions and they applied correctly their guidance. So they didn't, they expressed that they didn't understand why it was such a big issue in Puerto Rico, but it was. And a lot of people were denied their right to have that assistance to repair their homes. So we had a very disproportionate denial rate in that sense. And I wanted also to highlight something that Ariadna Godreau mentioned at the beginning, since she also was dealing with the legal brigades. When the Office of the Chief Counsel in FEMA approved that the sworn statement, that it was basically this very simple two-page document that included different legal scenarios, specifically about ownership, land tenure, it wanted to accommodate the social and legal context of the people in Puerto Rico. So we thought it was the right thing to do. So we were so happy when FEMA approved that. But I just wanted to reiterate, like Ariadna was mentioning, they didn't make that document available at the Centers for Disaster Recovery. They didn't notify any of the 85,000 people that were denied because of ownership that there was a new possibility to appeal with that document, and it was a real possibility for that. So we encountered constant obstacles and challenges from FEMA we thought that it was sort of like this active action and discriminatory action so that people wouldn't actually appeal because of the ownership. So what we did was a new campaign across the island, helping people again with legal brigades. We had to include psychological professionals in our legal brigades because the anxiety and the emotional distress that these FEMA denials were causing on people were very real. We had participants that expressed constantly suicidal thoughts, and we even had a participant that committed suicide. So, and I wanted to say this because when FEMA denies an assistance, it impacts people, but it also has the effect of killing people. It's something real. We saw it in our legal projects. It's not something that it's invented, right? It has a consequence. So I'm running out of time. I want to respect the time, but we continue to see the discriminatory practices after the earthquakes on January 2020. We have all the details of what we saw on our written statement. But I wanted to also highlight that one of the biggest obstacles that we confronted as well with FEMA is the lack of transparency and access to information. We wanted to have information from all the 78 municipalities of the denial rate, so we would target our legal aid and be more effective. It was really, really hard to get that information. They don't have a dashboard. It's not accessible. So I wanted also to highlight that as a part of the civil rights discussion. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Torres Rivera. So at this point in our panel, it's the most fun part. It's the question and answer. So I'm looking to our commissioners to see which types of questions or what kind of information they'd like to go over. Okay, Commissioner Adams, please.
Thank you all very much for your time. My first one, is to Ms. Aubert, Ms. Rivera, I think. Could you help me understand, you talked about the property issues. Is there a procedure here where you have a local property tax, some way where homeowners or people on the land are paying taxes? And did FEMA not accept any evidence of that as evidence of ownership?
Yeah, as per the guidelines that were already in place for the individuals and household program, as Diane Gentile was saying, there was already a way to prove ownership that included what you're just mentioning, like payment of taxes or receipts. But when FEMA came on the ground, even though the CFR stresses like a very broad definition of owner, they were asking precisely for deeds, title deeds. And as I said before, nothing in Puerto Rican law requires that, and nothing in federal law requires that. And I must say that this is an awful precedent, because since FEMA did this in practice, the Puerto Rican Housing Department implemented the same restriction, a self-imposition for the CDBG-DR funding. So we are seeing the same thing that we saw with FEMA, the same thing that took us 3 years to fight in the CDBG-DR program. So, this is snowballing.
Completely agree with what she's saying, and I just wanted to add that we always constantly in our different meetings with FEMA staff, with high-level representatives from FEMA, we met with them locally and even went to the United States a couple of times because of this issue. And we constantly explain to them that Puerto Rico has a Spanish tradition, a civil Spanish tradition when it comes to law. We explained to them the complexities of just that, and having those laws. It didn't work as it works in the U.S., and so it's different here because of our law tradition. But also there's a historical context of land tenure in Puerto Rico, and our foundation even commissioned a study, a socio-legal study, to try to explain why it's so different in Puerto Rico. For example, people are not obligated to have their titles registered in the property registry. It's not an obligation, right? So it was very frustrating because we constantly explained this, and what blew our minds was that not only the attitude was as if they didn't want to understand, they didn't want to deal with it, but the guideline had an exception anyways. They weren't supposed to ask for the title anyways. So that was very mind-blowing for us, the insistence of them asking for that type of formal document here in Puerto Rico.
A question for Ms. Santiago. You talked about you advocated for distributive generation, I think. I mean, my question is, do you think that's more economically efficient than having an infrastructure like you have now? And secondly, what would be more likely to enjoy a capital infusion the next time that there's storm damage? Would it be the status quo, or would it be distributed generation?
Thank you for the question. Distributed renewables, renewable energy in general, according to Lazard and other financial analysts, are now the cheapest way to generate energy. They're cheaper than new gas-fired power plants. And the specific situation in Puerto Rico and other areas that are prone to hurricanes is that distributed renewables work better, are more resilient, and require less reconstruction, which is what Congress was saying. The way the electric system is configured in Puerto Rico, there are lots of power plants in the southern coastal areas, and there is a whole gamut of transmission and distribution lines that run from the south to the north, mostly San Juan. That happens to be right in the path of hurricanes. Hurricanes come in through the east, cross the island, and take down the transmission lines in the past 30 years. I mean, since Hurricane Hugo, I remember, usually it's part of the island, not the whole thing, the way it happened after Hurricane Maria. But certainly, yes, those lines, that design is a very 20th century configuration, and the investment of federal funds should go towards something more resilient that will hold up after the next storms. And what we're seeing, very interestingly, another equity and environmental justice issue is that people at higher income levels here are rapidly taking up these systems. But it's such a small part of the population with the high poverty rate here that lower and middle income people, that of course correlates with race here, do not have access to that universal essential public service through rooftop solar or on-site solar and something nearby that is not as impacted by hurricanes and storms. There have been studies, DOE, recently civil society organizations like Cambio, AIFA, that show the viability, the cost effectiveness of these rooftop solar systems in comparison to rebuilding the grid. And I want to point to an analogy here. So if you order something online and have it delivered, you probably don't expect to pay more for the delivery, much more, 10 times more for the delivery than the content of your package. That is what the government of Puerto Rico and FEMA are considering doing. Paying to rebuild the transmission and distribution system to the tune of the already allocated $9.6 billion, and they're asking for up to $14 billion, and plus adding new gas-fired plants, as opposed to providing the energy more directly. You can avoid that whole transmission cost by providing the energy on rooftops or more locally sited. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Clodney, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bonilla, I think I said it right. I am so bad.
Bonilla.
Bonilla. Bonilla. Is it Bonilla? Yeah. Anyways, has the Puerto Rican government or FEMA, maybe this is for everybody, ever conducted a complete inventory of projects that would mitigate damage during a catastrophe like a hurricane? And if not, would that help?
Has the government conducted, can you say that again, I'm sorry?
An inventory of kind of projects that are needed, like in these small towns, to mitigate damage that would occur during a storm.
No, there's been some studies, but it's not been exhaustive. I don't know what the other panelists would say, but not that I'm aware of, no.
Would that help?
I think so, absolutely, yes.
That's one of the duties that Core 3 had along the process, like to have an inventory of the mitigation plans available. And incoherent planning is part of unjust recovery. One of the things that happened is that planning processes, for example, within CDBG-DR, they haven't even started. So you're already pushing people like for relocations, for like giving out contracts, a revolving door between the FEMA STEP program and the CDBG-DR program. But the planning process, the millions allocated for the planning process, that program hasn't started. So as to answer your question, that updated inventory, we're lacking it because of local governmental omission to do so, and also because like the way that the funds are being spent locally is not coherent.
I just wanted to, I just wanted to add that we recognize that the government of Puerto Rico and the U.S. government has a responsibility to develop these plans and mitigate, but we also wanted to recognize that those plans have to be with the communities. It's a planning to get right. Not only the input, an active participating process, right? So when governments start contracting, and we recognize the responsibility, but it cannot be
just, up-down initiative. It has to be, right? Just wanted to clear that, right? Okay.
And another question, since the hurricane, has FEMA come here and conducted an investigation as to how it performed during the investigation? Has it gone from community to community to see what happened and to see how it could be better prepared next time?
Not that we know of.
There was an internal assessment of some practices, but I don't believe it involved coming to Puerto Rico and talking to local stakeholders. I think it was just internal, and also particularly looking at how during the past administration there were specific directives given to slow down certain processes, as I believe the panelists in the morning panel discussed.
Have you ever seen that document?
I've seen news reports about it. I've not personally received the document.
You don't know what it was called?
No.
I mean, I'm trying to find out because we can request a copy if it's an internal assessment that was done regarding Maria.
I don't have it at my fingertips, but I can submit news reports that discussed it.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I remember that I think 2 weeks ago, I received an invitation, and my emergency legal aid coordinator virtually attended from FEMA. It was like a conference of revising internal practices, and she actually, it's included in the written statement, some of the changes they're internally making. And then we applauded, and we think that those changes are good. They are coming 4 years later. People died and left, that's obviously an issue. But I think it was about 2 weeks ago. I can search for the information as well and send it to the commission.
And perhaps a contact at FEMA that we could get a hold of. If you had a person there, they would probably know who to contact.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I just wanted to say that there are many OIG audits that point out FEMA's problems and HHS problems. So there are lots of them. And CDBG also, HUD audits. So they should be, revised. And I hope FEMA local office is watching. I guess they should be here, but many of these concerns have been reported extensively in local press. So it's not that they are not aware of these problems, because at least we at the center, and I know many of these organizations have submitted press releases during all this time, and they should know about their failures.
You're right. I just wanted to know if they were looking at it themselves to make change. I mean, you could know about something, but if you don't look at it yourself. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to point to the committee, there is a 300-page report published October 2018 by FEMA called Mitigation Assessment Team Report, Hurricanes Irma and Maria in Puerto Rico, Building Performance, Observations, Recommendations, and Technical Guidance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to spin around on the whole title issue. It was brought up in the first panel. I want to get some specificity to sort of, well, because we like that for the record. Couple things. One, when did you first bring, and this I guess for both Ms. Obert and Ms. Rivera, when did you first bring to the attention of FEMA the issue that they should not be just relying on deed for applications for housing assistance as a result of Hurricane Maria? Sorry. I think the mic. Okay. Hit it. A little bit harder. There you go.
Okay, so yeah, I finally did it. See, if tech fails us amidst the pandemic, it's done. So we have to go home, right? So
No, we're in
I have
person. We should go
considered this
farther
on
away.
several occasions. So just like Ayuda Legal Puerto Rico's brigade started literally 24 hours after the disasters. And we trained 400 lawyers and attorneys. We trained all of the legal service entities that were out there. So we were a huge group. We started noticing this, I would say, like a week or 2 weeks after Hurricane Maria, when FEMA officials on the phone told us, why don't you get an instant title? And we were like, I don't know what's an instant title. And they said, that's something that we did, that they had in New Orleans, why don't you have it? And we were like, okay, this is not working. If you hung up, somebody else would tell you another thing. I must say that 3 weeks after Maria, a FEMA official told the people in Loíza, the mayor of Loíza, you know what, you can use this form so that people who don't have title, it's something that we prepare, they can use it. And we went to Loíza and we filed 1,000 applications literally in a day with a lot of pro bono attorneys. And all of those forms were denied, and then FEMA denied the fact that they gave the mayor that form.
Okay.
So that happened over and over again. So FEMA knew since the beginning that this was an issue.
Okay. And how much later did it take for them to concede in that meeting with you that they would accept the substitute verification, which was always within their discretion to do?
So that document was approved on June 2018.
Like a year later?
More or less, yeah. It was,
No.
yeah. But I have to say that we truly appreciated that the Office of the Chief Counsel designated this attorney that met with Ayuda Legal and our foundation and other nonprofits to finally approve this. And we truly appreciate it. But not only did it was a approval that came almost a year later, but it wasn't effective because it wasn't available, it wasn't accessible.
Well, let me ask you this. Did FEMA ever tell you after that, after the 9-month period, and after they approved the form, that everyone who was denied previously could reapply?
There was nothing written. Maybe that attorney could say, listen, tell people to appeal again. I remember some of our attorneys in our projects telling us that at the DRCs, some of the staff, a low-level staff in the DRCs, would tell our attorneys they could appeal with an affidavit, with a notarized affidavit from a notary at law in Puerto Rico, which has to be a lawyer, different from the U.S.
Yeah.
And we started, all our legal brigades had one of the requisites of being on those legal brigades, where they should be notaries at law, because
Right.
the way the conversations led to that.
Right.
But eventually, we saw that all those appeals with those affidavits were also denied.
What?
Yes. So it was that then the sworn statement was approved, and also many applications were also denied. So
they gave you something, but it really hasn't resulted in anything, and they haven't said anything publicly about whether they would basically wipe out the old denials and let people reapply again, because I'm sure they would say there's some kind of time limit or something that I don't know what's going on. So you're shaking your head, so just tell me. Wait for the light to go on. Try it again. There you go.
Because it never became an official guideline. It wasn't until, I would say, and part of my staff is here in October, that it finally became a guideline. Because what FEMA said is that they sent us a letter saying, yeah, the form is okay, but now please, nonprofits, do go out and tell people. So we were lacking also coordination from the local government. There was no way that we could get the names of the 1 million applicants. And since it wasn't a policy, there wasn't like even an internal procedure, and we trained FEMA staff on the informal title form. And it was the first time that
they have the names of everyone who got denied.
Yes, they should.
So they could easily send out or give you the list.
Sure.
But they haven't done that.
They should notify people because of due process.
Can you send us where that new guideline is finally?
Yeah.
And then the person who you met with at FEMA about this?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, I just want to pick up on this topic again. So, as I understand it, FEMA was implementing as a practice, not as a legal requirement, but as a practice, proof of title in a situation where it was known that many people would not have title. Now, FEMA's own guidance does not require title. The guidance that was in place at the time that the hurricane happened does not require title. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So at the time the hurricane happens, FEMA's own guidance does not require title, but FEMA requires that when they're looking for eligibility, rejects a lot of people's requests, 85,000 approximately, is that correct?
Yes.
And you engage FEMA when you understand that this is happening and come up with an additional alternative, the form that you talk about. But FEMA, is that we have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
9 months later.
Not 9 months later. And however, FEMA takes no responsibility for communicating the alternative paths to demonstrating eligibility, knowing that 85,000 some odd have been denied, correct? And requires the not-for-profit community to take onto its back the responsibility of trying to disseminate that, in effect, there is a structural process of improper denials, and there's another approach here. But because of the passage of time, many people have lost faith in, and having heard so many different articulations of what's necessary, many people have lost faith in that any additional effort is ever going to create a possibility of them having assistance. Is that correct?
Correct. We even had some participants at our project that had 3, 4, or 5 times presented letters of appeal, and the 5 times were denied.
Has this degree of denial ever happened in another place that you're aware of? I understand that you're not all professional investigators of FEMA, but we have heard that there have been other contexts in which the title issue has presented itself. Are we aware that there's ever been this magnitude of denial in the wake of a natural disaster in other places?
I just wanted to say that we had to go to court for a FOIA petition in 2019 for exactly the database of the FEMA denials for individual assistance. And since then, we are still in court with FEMA for this information. They have been feeding us with irrelevant information, but still, this database have not been produced.
So in light of what we have described here and reviewed with you, can you think of explanations for why FEMA is proceeding in this way?
Yes, I did it. There is a piece that has been widely studied in other jurisdictions that have been disaster-stricken that has to do with disinvestment, and the way that disasters promote disinvestment of low-income Black communities everywhere. So as Diane Gentle was saying, this has also happened in jurisdictions as New Orleans, post-Katrina, with people with informal titles, and more recently with people with mobile homes in Texas. So the things that we were listening from FEMA, from high-level FEMA officials, and we have been more recently through hot listening sessions on civil rights too, which are very, of course, linked, is that there was a perception that people in Puerto Rico were going to take the money. That idea based on the fact that we were going to spend public funds without accountability, public fraud, and whatnot. And we have been listening to the same things over and over again in the past administration and even in this administration. So there is a reading, a racial reading of the people who are benefiting from assistance, where there is this idea that these people are going to commit fraud. Now that we are going through recoupment processes, and that's like another thing regarding FEMA, we have people undergoing recoupment process because they were unable to prove ownership, although they did based on the existing guidelines. So there is like a dominant imaginary of the way that Puerto Ricans are related that was expressed in social media widely by the former president of the U.S.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Yeah, first, I was looking through my phone to try to find some statistics, but I will submit them later about, in the end, at the end of the day, what percentage of Puerto Ricans actually received aid after all. I don't know if the commission has that, but it's in the single-digit percentages. And then of that percentage, what percentage received the maximum allowable amount? And it was about 1% or less. And I do think that what Ariana is saying, this is actually a research question that we need to look into to see if this is unique to Puerto Rico. And as she's saying, we need to also look not just at different places, but at specific populations within those places and how these denials and barriers to aid are disproportionately, distributed. And this is not a research that we've yet done at Centro, but if the commission wishes to commission us to do that, we would be happy to provide further, look into this further and provide our own, investigation upon this.
Certainly any information, comparative information about denials and the demographics of the populations would be valuable, I think, for purposes of our investigation and for FEMA going forward. Just to be clear, the guidance that we've been talking about and referring to, is that an interpretation of Stafford Section 408? I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to trace back to what the applicable law is that FEMA is implementing with this guidance.
It's 44 CFR 216, sorry. 44 CFR 216. I am confident that if I'm mistaken, the team will scream. So, yeah.
Ms. Rivera, were you trying to get in on that as well? Yeah, it's okay, and just for the clarity of the record, as far as we understand it, the statute itself doesn't speak to a title requirement.
What the statute does is to define who's an owner, and it goes into saying that an owner is somebody who is proprietary interest, is a person who makes like repairs and whatnot. And what we did in the form was to mix that with local law to demonstrate what a proprietary interest would look like using the local legal framework. And we even presented several white papers to FEMA as the legal analysis for that.
Which, as I understand it, is another way of saying that the statute itself does not require title expressly.
Never.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, I wanted to echo my fellow partners on this panel, but just wanted to add that to the point of what Dr. Bonilla was saying, and to the fact that Carla Minet is highlighting that we don't have the data yet, but we do have the hands-on experience on the field to know that women, particularly Afro-descendant women and elderly women, were disproportionately affected by this because of how in Puerto Rico home ownership is disproportionately in the hands of men, formal home ownership. So we don't have the data to prove it, but I would think that analysis with hard data from organizations in the field can provide enough data to support that.
And every research project always has suggestions for further research, but this particular issue is also an issue of a call for action. So if you just differentiate both and let us know which ones you believe the research is complete and which ones you think require further research. And Commissioner Adegbile, you have any more questions?
I'm sure I do, but I'm happy to yield to others.
Commissioner Adams, would you like to ask a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most everyone on the last panel testified that these problems that happened are interwoven with political status, one degree or another. In fact, Ms. Auber, your testimony talks about the colonial condition having something to do with this. My question is, you all must have thought about how status and different political status might have made the situation better or worse. And I'm wondering, for example, Ms. Auber, would independence have made the situation better or worse? What is the interplay with status and these problems in your view?
So lack of democracy is at the core of everything that Puerto Rico has gone through and is going through. At the same time, I want to say very briefly that as a human rights lawyer and a person that defends self-determination, I resent the fact that colonialism becomes so hyper-visible, and every time that we want to speak about any other civil rights violation, we end up on the status question and playing that ball in the field of the Congress. And that being said, yes, of course, the colonial conditions is embedded in everything that's going on. For example, what we're talking about is economic and social rights. And when we talk about economic and social rights, I always remind myself that the Constitution that Puerto Rico has, when we're talking about civil rights, when we're talking about that contract between the government and the people, has been denied of a clause that defends economic and social rights because the U.S. Congress decided to ban that clause as a condition to let Puerto Ricans have the political status that they have today. So the will of the people is to defend what we do every single day: housing justice, land justice, economic justice, health, labor laws, and that has been taken away from us. Promesa, the imposition of an unelected board that is basically deciding over fiscal policy, and that's making decision of who gets to stay in our land. The question that we have right now, Commissioner Adams, is the future, the possibility of staying here. And we are being colonialism not only takes that away from us, but we are invisible. When we go to the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and we have gone on several occasions, yesterday one of the leaders was talking about it, those are the only forums, few of them, where we have representation at international levels, because the colony that is not acknowledged by the United Nations because the U.S. has denied that right over and over on several occasions, is invisible. So talking about civil rights, talking about human rights is very far removed often from the policy work and the policy space that the colony lets us have. So yeah, we have to solve the colonial status. Yes, that's an international responsibility. But yes, the U.S. and the local government that has been complicit of the colonialism status has to repair, to provide reparations for the people that are currently asking themselves, ourselves, every single day, is future in Puerto Rico even possible?
Can I add very briefly to that? And I think that if the question is, would the FEMA assistance under independence, how would it be better or worse? I think that depends on the conditions on which independence would be negotiated. We all know that after the Treaty of Paris and the ceding of Puerto Rico as a territory to the United States, that there are possibilities of renegotiating that status issue. And the terms of that renegotiation would determine whether the FEMA funding or any other kind of federal funding would serve as some form of reparations for the colonial status that Puerto Rico is under with respect to the U.S. I also, if I may, just address briefly also another issue which has to do with the FEMA as a responsive agency, or lack of response from FEMA to FOIA requests. We've also experimented that for over a year, requesting documentation from FEMA and not getting one sheet of paper. With a team of lawyers, including Earth Justice, the University of Puerto Rico Law Clinic, and other attorneys that we're working with. No response to FOIA requests from FEMA. Thank you.
First, in my statement, what I emphasized was the need for federal agencies to take an intersectional approach. And what I meant by that was echoing what my colleagues are saying, that we can't set us apart the question of status from these other issues. And so that's part of why I also emphasize that the discrimination that people in this geographic area face is an ethnic discrimination that needs to be understood in relationship to other ethnic discriminations and racial discriminations that occur in the United States. I also want to emphasize that an intersectional approach also looks at how these issues are compounded. And so issues related to gender justice, racial justice, they need to also be thought about in terms of colonial injustice, right? And how each of these deepens and strengthens each other. And in the case of the FEMA response, if we understand that the compounding effects of these disasters and of these inequities only sharpen these divides, then we have to understand how FEMA's response is not just discriminatory, but actually leading to an increased lack of justice for these communities. And so it has hardened the divisions of race, gender, class, and colonialism in Puerto Rico. And so all of these things need to be thought about together. I want to echo what my colleague Ruth Santiago just said about the need to discuss, what would be the terms of Puerto Rico's independence. And part of what is necessary is for the federal government to begin by acknowledging that it has colonies, because this is something that the federal government repeatedly denies. And so how can we discuss decolonization when we are not discussing that with an empire that recognizes its nature and why it has colonies, how it benefits from them, and how the United States is actually the United States and territories, right? And that is always silenced and never discussed. And so I think that to simply ask, would things be better if we were independent, is a question that we cannot answer because we do not know what that independence would look like and what it would allow us to do.
Real quick follow-up, but we can agree that if Puerto Rico chose independence, all of the colonial or decisions being made in Washington could be made locally, right? I mean, that's one way to alleviate the...
No, we cannot agree on that, because if you look at the rest of the Caribbean and in the independent nations in the Caribbean, they do not have, they do not determine their entire fates. They are also regulated and determined by organizations like the IMF, the World Bank, and also Washington foreign policy. So to kind of, just simply say, well, we will let Puerto Rico go on its own way, which is something that the previous administration had also said, and the previous president had asked, can we sell Puerto Rico? That doesn't take into account what that would mean and what independence means for former colonies. So decolonization is not just a matter of, a flag and a coin and a stamp and an anthem. It's about the possibility to create new worlds on our own terms with the economic and social principles that we think are important to our communities. And that has to happen in dialogue with our empire and with the global community.
So I want to come back to a point that Ms. Goudreau-Aubert, I think, was speaking to in terms of the perception, what you were discerning as a perception on some federal officials that monies were not going to be well spent, that they were going to be misspent, that there was a concern about fraud. Now, we think that based on the data we have, that the degree of monies that were approved in relation to the ones that were denied, particularly over this title issue, has a pretty serious disparity. But I wanted to ask sort of a broader question, because it's a legitimate interest for the federal government not to have disaster funds fraudulently used. I think we can all agree on that. Nobody wants money that is to help people that are in crisis to be misspent. But part of what I heard is that there were a number of contractors and others who seemed, A, not qualified to discharge the duties for which they were given contracts. Some of them didn't, in fact, discharge those duties and provide the materials that they contracted to provide. and in some sense, some contracts were vitiated or withdrawn. And are you aware of any fraud investigations that have gone into this contracting process of the people that the federal government awarded contracts to outside of Puerto Rico that didn't, in fact, do what they were expected to do?
So we did see the case of Cobra Energy, which involved actually fraud by FEMA in awarding a contract, favorable terms to a particular contractor by FEMA employees. And that has been investigated. There have been convictions. People are serving jail sentences for that.
And you said that's an energy contract?
Yes, Cobra Energy.
Related to Maria?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And separately, some people refer to a contract for a contractor in Florida or
No, the Whitefish contract was for a newly formed company in Montana that was from Whitefish, Montana, where Secretary Zinke of the Interior was from, and there's been an investigation on that. I'm not sure what the status of that is right now. But it was a company with no experience got a contract for, I think, initially $300 million worth of work. So it was very, very dubious.
Not a rounding error. $300 million is not a rounding error, as I understand it.
And I think even more, as I recall.
Okay, and then are you aware of what evidence there is and what the degree of magnitude is of fraud that has been identified of people in Puerto Rico or in Houston, for that matter, associated with the obtaining funds, recovery funds improperly?
We have asked for that same data on multiple occasions, and they don't have it available, not even for the recoupment processes. So it's, as I said, a perception.
So no one would know whether there was more or less fraud here or in Louisiana or in Houston or even in New York City under Sandy. There's no comparison that can be had. And no one has ever been able to show statistics that more fraud would occur here than somewhere else.
The answer is no.
I don't think that has been shown, but what has been shown is the suspicion of fraud and the overburden that was placed on our communities to ensure that people were entitled to something that they were by law entitled to.
I don't have the specific data on that, but we started a legal aid project for recoupment, the recoupment letters received by FEMA, and we actually made the front page paper a couple of months ago with this issue, and there were 3 testimonies of 3 of our participants. One specifically of that supposedly fraud case was someone that was denied because of ownership, but then because of one of our appeals, they were able to have some money signed. That it's actually a woman, and I believe her children are disabled, and she repaired her entire home with those funds, and then months later or years later, she receives the letter of recoupment. And for us, that didn't make absolutely no sense, because yet again, they approved finally in a process of appeal. They accept the ownership documents that our lawyers were able to present because of the appeal. And then she receives this recoupment. So also we have to analyze how they are interpreting fraud, right? Because ownership is an issue. It depends how they are interpreting the documents that they are receiving for proving this ownership.
How did they, do you know how they determined to send the recoupment letter in the first place? I mean, what information they had that led them to believe that they were entitled to recoupment?
What I saw was a letter that stated that they made an error or mistake when analyzing the documents that were presented in her case and the specific amount that she needed to reimburse to the U.S. Treasury. Remember our attorney sending me that letter. So obviously it gives you a term to reimburse the money. We had another case of an elder that received a very, very minimum amount of Social Security. I believe it was like $600 a month. And another recoupment case. FEMA approved the assistance, and then he received the letter of reimbursing the funds, while the person doesn't have, it's basically condemning the person to live in extreme poverty, because they were also in the letter saying that they could retain from the Social Security check, which was like $600 a month.
So the recoupment, excuse
It's a
me.
very unjust, recoupment is a very unjust process as well, so, just wanted to say
Right,
that.
it's an ongoing process that's an appellate process, and
Yeah.
you haven't had any determinations yet, is that correct?
Recoupments are an ongoing process, and they have a statutory limit of 3 years. So what we are seeing right now is a lot of people like that have already received the letters. The letters are coming in English. That has to do with limited English proficiency. So they are coming in English, so people don't realize that they are undergoing a recoupment process, although till there it is reported to the IRS, and it is too late in the process. But we recently had a meeting with FEMA officials, and we requested a meeting only to discuss the issue of recoupment. And I must say that once again, how much they don't know about that. Ayuda Legal Puerto Rico posted a blog in our website that's not like a huge outlet of news. And a FEMA press official emailed us saying that we were lying about the recoupment process, that they were following the process. That was a very angry email, and we responded by asking for a meeting. At the meeting that was about recoupment, the officials that came, nobody knew about the recoupment process. Nobody could say who the lawyer in charge of recoupment process were. They couldn't say how a letter of recoupment process looks like. So what we were saying is that if people are undergoing a recoupment process, please bring the data. They don't have the data available, so we had to present a FOIA, and we're waiting on that FOIA. But also, we were asking them for everyone that has received a recoupment to receive, for example, the guideline that has to do with ownership, so that they could have a chance to navigate through the process, because case by case, it's never going to be possible to reach all of them.
So let me just say,
David,
you
that's-
went through the whole thing with forms about Spanish to English a while ago, and now they're sending out forms in English to recoup their money?
Letters in English,
Letters. Thank you.
All right. I would just want to check one last time. Commissioner Gilchrist, did you have any questions? We're in overtime, but you're worth it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions in the essence of time. Just want to thank the panelists again for their remarks today. Thank you.
Last on this panel, Commissioner Yaki, and I apologize to the panelists for going overtime, but this information is so valuable to us.
So just one last question. It's just very specific data. If you have it, you can send it to us. But if you can talk about it, that'd be great. One of the things I'm wondering is, what was it for the people who actually did make it through the process? How much was their average award from the federal government? Because one thing that we're trying to look at is whether or not some people get a higher award than others based on where they live or stuff like that. So that'd be very helpful to us if you actually have any of that information.
Yep.
Okay.
We can share with the Commission that the Center for the New Economy recently created some maps, and also people from Texas Appleseed and other organizations abroad are working in a map to figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
This brings us to the end of the briefing portion of our meeting. We're going to break for lunch for 1 hour and return for the public comment segment of the briefing. We were going to do it at 1:45. We'll come back at 1:51 Atlantic Standard Time. For those on the island still interested in joining us live to submit in-person comments, this is where we are. We are at the Inter-American University of Puerto Rico Law School, located at 170 Calle Federico Costas, San Juan, 00918, Puerto Rico. As a reminder, please, we have to exit this room for the cleaning protocol for COVID. Be sure you take all your personal belongings with you, and only your own personal belongings, because I pick up bags all the time and I go, where did I get this bag? Where did I get this pen? So don't be me. Enjoy your lunch. I'm going to see everyone back here at 1:51. Thank you.
Thank you.
To the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights briefing on the civil rights implications of disaster relief, Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. During this time, commissioners will hear testimony from impacted communities. Each individual will have up to 5 minutes to speak, with spots having been allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. The public comment period will last until the last person has spoken. We are going to have a 10-minute break at 3:40 p.m. if we need one. So let's proceed. Please state your name before you begin your presentation, and I hope I will pronounce it correctly, but I'm going to call you forward. And so let's proceed with the first public comment, and I'm calling forward Raymond Capo Diaz.
Okay, push the middle button. This is Mike.
Mike.
Ahora sí, gracias.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Puerto Rico. I am Raymond Capo. I will explain in Spanish my presentation. Las implicaciones que mi nación puertorriqueña ha sufrido desde 2017 tras el paso de los huracanes Irma y María en categoría 5 no son el comienzo de las premeditadas discriminaciones y violaciones a los derechos civiles y humanos contra los puertorriqueños. Hasta el momento, de las pocas mejorías que hemos tenido, ha sido la apertura de los fondos retenidos del seguro de FEMA, al cual, como dueños de propiedades, nosotros los boricuas también aportamos el mismo dinero que ustedes en proporción a sus estados, que debido a la obstrucción previa de su presidente Donald Trump contra Puerto Rico, ahora son desembolsados mejoradamente por su actual presidente Biden. Otro punto positivo, vía excepción por derecho desde 2020, es que en Puerto Rico hoy supera a Estados Unidos en sobre el 80% de vacunación de la población contra la mortal enfermedad COVID-19, debido a la distribución a tiempo de sobre 5 millones de vacunas aplicadas. Pero la violación comenzó en 1898, cuando Puerto Rico fue invadido y agredido planificada y militarmente por el Navy War College en la Academia de Annapolis, Maryland, desde 1896, por causa del espionaje de su Fuerza Armada extranjera para hacer de Puerto Rico una base carbonera y militar y darnos un golpe de Estado para cambiar el curso de nuestra historia y destino civil en contra de nuestra voluntad autonómica de previa elección democrática. La experiencia puertorriqueña nos dice que debido a la intromisión imperial estadounidense en nuestra vida soberana de pueblo hispanoamericano, Estados Unidos se apropió de nuestra soberanía y nos tomó y humilló como botín de guerra en la cual no estábamos involucrados y nos llevó a la quiebra colectiva al derrochar y eliminar nuestro superávit y eliminar en un 40% nuestra moneda en oro del peso puertorriqueño para incurrir en déficit e impedir que Puerto Rico pudiera seguir compitiendo en el mercado internacional y así completar de apoderarse de nuestra tierra y economía. Como consecuencia, Puerto Rico vivió en la peor miseria extrema durante el primer medio siglo de gobernadores extranjeros sin elegir, de falsos símbolos del sueño americano y de la promesa rota del invasor y mentiroso general Nelson Miles sobre haber traído a Puerto Rico una supuesta libertad y esplendorosa civilización. En 1940, Puerto Rico llegó a ser el país más pobre de América, por debajo de Haití, con un ingreso anual de $121, con un analfabetismo de sobre el 80% de la población descalza y hambrienta y llena de enfermedades mortales. En 1950, parte del pueblo patriota puertorriqueño justificó su razón en defensa propia debido a la opresión de esclavitud colonial a vida, en hacer una revolución armada nacionalista justificada por el derecho internacional de la ONU, pero las circunstancias fueron adversas y nuestro país siguió siendo engañado por el imperio estadounidense para continuar ocupando a Puerto Rico sin un verdadero consentimiento de los gobernados. Tras la Guerra Fría, el régimen establecido engañó y en violencia institucionalizada formalizó una constitución colonial sin derechos colectivos de acceso a los 348 poderes decisionales soberanos usurpados. Una constitución falsa al Estados Unidos cercenarle el 20% de los derechos a la salud completa, a la educación íntegra y al trabajo digno, confundiendo al pueblo puertorriqueño luego de Puerto Rico haber votado ilusionadamente. Estados Unidos, a su conveniencia desigual, se inventó un truco para que Puerto Rico saliera perdiendo de cualquier manera en una relación de maltrato, Puerto Rico pertenece a, pero no es parte de los Estados Unidos, al tratar de entenderse lo que eso significa. Habrá discriminación para tratarnos como república, para imponernos taxes a nuestros productos exportados derivados del alcohol, entre otros. Habrá discriminación para tratarnos como provincia-estado, para imponernos unilateralmente sus desleales leyes bancarias y de comercio interestatal de acaparamiento. Habrá discriminación para tratarnos como colonia territorial, para imponernos sus inmorales leyes de usurpación aduanera y monopolista del cabotaje aéreo y marítimo en barcos y rutas exclusivamente norteamericanas. Hoy Puerto Rico tiene una estructura quebrada y sin desarrollo económico por tener las manos atadas en un mercado cautivo de explotación del 88% de los productos de consumo de fabricación estadounidense bajo un injusto dumping y bullying de incompetencia comercial.
Un poquito más despacio para mí, un poquitito.
Vale.
Ay, gracias.
Ok. Puerto Rico sufre de ser una sociedad colonial enferma y disfuncional en mala calidad de vida por factores externos e internos. El absoluto dominio americano de los espacios aéreos, marítimos y terrestres ha convertido a Puerto Rico en un narcoestado de crimen organizado que ha multiplicado los males políticos, económicos, sociales y espirituales, las enfermedades mentales, el aumento en la deserción escolar, en el analfabetismo, la prostitución, los miles de puntos de drogas, los cientos de miles de alcohólicos y las decenas de miles de deambulantes que andan por las calles en pésimas condiciones, han dañado nuestra vida en varios récords históricos. Si al interior le sumamos la corrupción de violencia institucionalizada de los temerosos gobiernos coloniales de turno, es de carácter caótico el panorama. Aun cuando Estados Unidos ha sido signatario de la Carta de los Derechos Humanos, ha violado cumplir en 2 plebiscitos y referéndums solicitados y otros 9 llevados a cabo y 39 resoluciones de decolonización de Puerto Rico por la ONU. Por lo que los nacionales patriotas puertorriqueños hemos tenido que recurrir al derecho a la resistencia civil pacificadora en defensa propia contra la agresión americana, porque durante 5 generaciones seguidas han transcurrido 124 largos años de espera por nuestra libertad. Por lo tanto, concluimos que la presencia de Estados Unidos nunca ha tenido autoridad legítima porque están ilegales en Puerto Rico desde entonces. Amparados en el derecho internacional, repudiamos la imposición del vasallaje colonial a nuestro pueblo puertorriqueño y reclamamos a Estados Unidos de América la justa y cuantificada compensación monetaria de $3 trillones que desde 1898 nos deben reparación de agravio. Aspiramos a tener una buena relación con Estados Unidos de América en amistad, negociación de acuerdos, pero no más subyugación. Nuestro pueblo se merece sanar y lograr su felicidad colectiva en reconciliación nacional para encaminar nuestro destino en prosperidad en relación con los pueblos soberanos de la tierra. Viva Puerto Rico libre e independiente para siempre, así nos ayude Dios.
Por atención. Ya pasaste el tiempo, ¿puedes darme el último punto? Y puedo aceptar el papel completo si me lo entregas.
Of course, yes.
Oh, yes, please.
¿El último párrafo?
Sí, por favor.
Ok. Amparados en el derecho internacional, repudiamos la imposición del vasallaje colonial a nuestro pueblo puertorriqueño y reclamamos a Estados Unidos de América la justa y cuantificada compensación monetaria de $3 trillones que desde 1898 nos deben reparación de agravio a Estados Unidos. Aspiramos a tener una buena relación de amistad con Estados Unidos de América en negociación de acuerdos, pero no más subyugación. Nuestro pueblo se merece sanar y lograr su felicidad colectiva en reconciliación nacional y encaminar nuestro destino en prosperidad en relación con los pueblos soberanos de la tierra. Viva Puerto Rico libre e independiente para siempre. Así nos bendiga Dios.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
And
God bless you.
we do want to receive it for the record, okay? So
yes.
don't give us the original one, but do send
Yes,
us one.
this is yours.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
And please keep your mask on.
Put the mask back up.
Oh, sorry.
Love you. Okay. The next speaker is Franklin Delano Lopez. Yes, excuse me? Are you speaking in English or Spanish?
En español.
En español.
But I'm going to say that I'm a former United Press International investigative reporter, as well as the Associated Press. Currently, I am semi-retired.
Okay.
I was just going to say, the same rule we have for everybody, which is anything you wrote, you can hand in.
Well,
It will be part of our record.
I did already.
So you can read.
I'm going to be
less.
as brief as I can
Yes.
be.
Okay.
All right?
Right.
Bienvenidos a la narcocolonia de Puerto Rico, infestada con una pandemia de corrupción masiva que le niega a la mayoría de la población que vive bajo los niveles nacionales de pobreza acceso a recursos federales para su desarrollo y calidad de vida. No vengo a denunciar circunstancias personales. El coloniaje es el terreno más productivo para la violación de los derechos humanos y los derechos civiles. El tema de esta vista pública es cómo incide en los derechos civiles de los ciudadanos americanos, en la narcocolonia, la asignación, el uso de fondos federales a través de FEMA y otras agencias ante desastres naturales. Cuando se impide, mediante el desvío por actos de corrupción, la asignación de fondos federales, se impide el derecho de los ciudadanos a salir de la pobreza que los amarra al silencio, la dependencia y a la pasividad social, en lo que se supone sea una sociedad democrática y libre. Cuando Puerto Rico pasó de España a los Estados Unidos, fue en un momento en que la nación estaba en una política expansionista que historiadores llaman imperialista, que comenzó con el control de las pequeñas islas en el Pacífico, el Atlántico y otros océanos y mares, en búsqueda del guano acumulado por aves del mar para usarse como abono para aumentar la producción de alimentos en los estados de la Unión debido al crecimiento poblacional. Debido a la limitación de tiempo, me veo obligado a presentarle mi punto de vista en forma de resumen. A principios del siglo XX, el Tribunal Supremo de Estados Unidos estableció el marco y estructura legal a través de los casos conocidos como los insulares para segregar y discriminar contra los ciudadanos de los territorios conquistados en 1898. La población de Puerto Rico fue afectada, a pesar de que bajo el Acta Jones de 1917 se otorgó a la ciudadanía americana a los ciudadanos del territorio. El Supremo estableció que la Constitución y sus derechos civiles no son automáticamente extendidos a los ciudadanos de los territorios. En otras palabras, el Congreso tendría los poderes absolutos bajo la cláusula territorial para discriminar contra su población. Ver los casos insulares, doctrina desaccionista de la profesora Cristina Duffy Ponza de la Universidad de Columbia. En las primeras décadas del control colonial, Washington las usó para construir una estructura pública inexistente bajo el dominio de España, de carreteras, puentes, escuelas, hospitales, muelles y universidades, etcétera. Durante la década de los años 30, la población de Puerto Rico fue usada como laboratorio para hacer pruebas sobre los efectos de virus, muy parecido a lo ocurrido en Tuskegee, en Alabama, entre 1932 al 1972, con el virus de sífilis. Las pruebas las hizo el doctor Cornelius Rhodes, médico militar asignado por el Rockefeller Center a hacer las pruebas en Puerto Rico. Durante la década de los 40, la narcocolonia fue utilizada para implantar un programa de esterilización de las mujeres de Puerto Rico. Durante el primer término del gobernador Muñoz Marín, se aprobó la ley de la mordaza, que hacía un delito hacer expresiones o promover actividades a favor del derecho a la independencia. El gobierno colonial contribuyó y participó en el fatídico operativo de Cointelpro, con las asignaciones de billones de dólares en fondos federales bajo el programa de la Gran Sociedad del presidente Lyndon Johnson. Comenzaron a aflorar casos de corrupción en todas las esferas de la sociedad. El abuso en los programas de seguro social e incapacidad médica y al trabajo y educación no se hizo esperar.
Tiene un minuto.
En la década de los 90 arrestaron alcaldes por lucrarse de los fondos federales para la remoción de escombros. También hubo arrestos por corrupción de cientos de millones de dólares del Departamento de Educación. Puerto Rico tenía una población estudiantil de 630,000 estudiantes en la década de los 70 y hoy está por debajo de los 250,000. La reforma de salud, estableciendo un plan de cubierta universal, fue utilizada y lo están haciendo los dos partidos principales para levantar fondos para su campaña. También el escándalo más grande del siglo pasado, el uso de fondos federales del Instituto del SIDA, que asignó dinero en efectivo, decenas de miles de dólares, a todos los candidatos a la gobernación, alcaldía de San Juan, en los tres partidos.
Ya cumplió el tiempo.
Una última oración.
¿El último párrafo?
El último párrafo.
Ándale.
Finalmente, desde que se bautizó el mal llamado Estado Libre Asociado en 1952, la narcocolonia ha perdido más de 3 millones de habitantes y hoy 8 de los 8 millones de los puertorriqueños en el planeta, 5.3 viven en los Estados Unidos, disfrutando igual protección de las leyes e igualdad política, y se le niega a los ciudadanos de la narcocolonia. El éxodo masivo poblacional puede considerarse por el Tribunal Internacional de la Haya como un crimen contra la humanidad. Sin gente no hay patria. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a usted. I call next Carlos Pesquera, please.
Yes, my name is Carlos Pesquera. Yes. Oh, and push your button.
Yes.
Your middle button?
Yeah, he's got the middle button.
No, the other one. Mr. Lopez.
Okay, just one at a time. Okay, can you hear me, right?
Huh?
Okay, when the light goes on, that you are on. Your light needs to go on. You see the little light here?
Good.
Ay,
Okay.
perfecto.
Yes. My name is Carlos Ignacio Pesquera Morales. I'm a former Secretary of Transportation and Public Works, and I was Executive Director of the Puerto Rico Infrastructure Financing Authority during the 1990s. I come here, and I will summarize my presentation because I gave it to you. In essence, I am a person that is well versed in the issues of infrastructure. When the disaster occurred in Puerto Rico, Congress decided to, through the Bipartisan Budget Act, to not only repair the condition, the damages to the level they were, to the condition they were just prior to the disaster, but it identified critical systems that they should be put into the condition of industry standard. In other words, not only fix it, but improve it. And so that finally happened for water, infrastructure, power, schools, and medical facilities. The BBA in section 2601 established the mandates to FEMA to replace or restore the function of a facility or system to industry standards without regard to the pre-disaster condition of the facility or system. The definition of critical facilities was not part of the legislation, so FEMA went ahead and made its own interpretation of critical facilities. The only place that critical facilities are mentioned in the Stafford Act is when it relates to basically non-profit facilities, PMP. So FEMA can provide funds to PMP, private non-for-profit facilities. And the only place in the Stafford Act that mentions critical facilities is when it relates to that type of critical facility, when it refers to that kind of recipient. And there, they don't mention roads and bridges because the PNP do not work on roads and bridges because that's typically a condition that is handled by state governments and local governments. So in summary, FEMA did not recognize the Puerto Rico transportation infrastructure as a critical facility. And that completely makes no sense. In any other place in the United States that will happen, that definition will be implemented, it will have been fought, it will be challenged, and the and the place, the state, the city will have prevailed. I tried personally, I explained it to them, but I think basically this is a decision to save money, not to really address the congressional mandate. The congressional mandate is to not only fix to the condition prior to disaster, but really to make it better after, so that it will be better for another disaster. Let me give you one example. The signage system in Puerto Rico, los letreros de carreteras. And if you have been here a lot, sometime, you will know that it's a disaster. So they were damaged during the Hurricane María, as you can expect. So because of the FEMA's interpretation, they went along to identify the location of each damaged signage, and then they only allowed to repair the signage that was damaged. If the critical facility congressional mandate were implemented, you not only will replace or fix that sign, but you will replace all the signage system in Puerto Rico to industry standard. And that means a lot. Today, if you walk around, you will see traffic lights that still do not work. Today. And why is that? Because we have to go one by one and demonstrate that they are in the current condition because they were affected by Maria. So this is critical. This is really a violation of our civil rights. And it's a really evaluation, it's a discrimination because we don't have, as you know, we don't have anyone to talk to. And sometimes, to finalize, I know my time is out, the problem is that Puerto Ricans don't challenge authority. Okay? Puerto Rico should have sued the federal government for this long time ago. But we believe in our colonial mindset that this will be a kind of going against the metropoli. This is looking for our rights. So my request to this honorable board is to request FEMA to modify their policy so that they include the transportation system as part of the critical facilities. And you will do, if you were here to do something good, I hope you do many things good, but that will be one of the best things that you could accomplish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I call Ruth Lopez.
Good afternoon. I reside at the ESJ Towers condominium in Isla Verde. It's an iconic building. I moved there 2017 in August. First I got hit by Irma, then Maria. In the building there's a manager. He's uncertified, unlicensed, will not leave the premises. He's here under Law 22. That law was to promote business, the economy, and to create jobs on the island. I've read certain studies that it has proven has not done either. And after the hurricane, he said that all the owners had to give their claims to him to be a collective insurance claim. His wife was the broker on our insurance policy that he would not divulge to us. Everyone did. Unbeknownst to the owner, on December 4th, 2017, he received the first amount from Chubb for $1 million. On December 27th, 2017, 2.5 months after the hurricane, he received another $3.5 million. In February 2018, he sold our claims without our consent to a Tenure, a New York-based hedge fund company. He received a $1.5 million advance, and then they would go back to Chubb and renegotiate, hopefully for $30 million. This was completely illegal. We never received our settlements, and in February 2018, he began renovations in the building. He replaced the pool. The pool was not damaged. He fixed the lanais. Those are the ones that he claims that he owns. We don't know, allegedly. And he took down the automatic doors. That's an ADA violation. He also started building a building across from our building, and he connected the water lines and the telecommunication lines to our building. Hence, 4 years later, nothing has been done. Our building is in a complete disaster. Cement is falling. The extractors were never replaced. The mildew, the mold, the humidity in the building is unhealthy. The building has a lot of retirees, I am one, and people that are infirmed. He threatens us with cutting off our lights and to shut off our electricity. We pay our own electricity, and the water is included in our maintenance bill. So under Law 22, it has only, well, in my experience, and I've read in the papers, in the local papers, that it has caused the people that are coming here, not all, have taken advantage of the island, has destroyed the environment. He created a pile of rubble when he did some construction, and it's still there for 4 years, and it's rat infested and it smells. It's right on the beach. We are on the beach. Okay, this destroys the environment. And the banks, the insurance companies, all the governmental agencies, the politicians, the minute I mention his name, I am vilified, I am chastised, I am slapped with frivolous lawsuits, and he knows how to abuse the judicial system against the people. He has done nothing for the island except take, take, take. I live in fear. The building is uninhabitable, which I think is his, I'm just guessing, because if the building's declared uninhabitable, it can be bought in an auction for nothing, for pennies. And then he can come in and buy it, get the incentive, and then I was informed by a reporter, I brought in a reporter from the Miami Herald, he said, you can sell the incentives. I don't know what that means, I don't know if there's an oversight board, but if Law 22 has to be revised or repealed, and there has to be an oversight board, because all it has done is siphon the money from here. And the politicians are in with him. The corruption is unbelievable. He brings in people that were in the previous administration and in the present administration. My own attorney told me on Monday, I'm sorry, I can't do this for you because his attorney is a former senator and he will destroy my career and I will never win. So this is the level of corruption we live under. And then I live in fear because I am threatened. I'm imprisoned. I can't move out of my apartment. I lost my property value because the building looks like a favela in Brazil at this point. So I had the photos, and now because we have a trustee, he sends out a letter on January 21st, 2020, no, January 21st, 2021, that we conducted a preliminary inspection to determine the reason for the high levels of humidity present in ESJ Mare Hotel. He changed the name of the building. You can't do that. You don't own a building. We've asked the trustee to return it. No, let him do what he wants. So I go to DACO, supposed to protect the consumer. They protect him. He's not certified. He's not licensed. The DACO law, the regulation, Law 129 says that by July 20th, 2021, he had to be certified. I put in my, I asked for verification from DACO online. They tell me, call me. I call them, won't answer me. I go down in person, they stand at the door, they don't let me in. And I said, well, I want to know if this is, because otherwise we have to get, as the law requires, a certified licensed administrator. We don't have to answer you, whatever. And that's what I get. I go to OPED, he has no permits. Everything is done here because he's politically connected. And the little people are suffering. The people in our building are old. They've lived on this island for years, and they live in fear, broken elevators, vermin. This is his depravity, his level of depravity. During COVID, the building was closed. It was empty. He fired all the employees. The security company left, the second one, because of non-payment. He put bicycle locks on our doors. That is inhumane. That is a violation of everybody's civil and human rights. Thank you.
Number 7. 1 minute.
Yo soy 4, 5.
Number 7.
I'm going to call names in the order they were given to me, and then please raise your hand if I call I'm sorry. Is Jesus Medina Cintrón here? Raise your hand. Is Juan Medina here? You're
Medina.
Juan Medina. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Juan Medina Camacho. I'm representing a private non-profit organization. Voy a expresarme en español porque es mi vernáculo. La comunidad Villas de Guabate, en Calley, Puerto Rico, tuvo un acercamiento después del huracán María, debido a que tuvo daños. Los daños fueron mayormente causados por lluvias, vientos y deslizamientos. Se le dañó la tubería de distribución de agua, se le dañó parte del tanque de almacenamiento de agua y el agua del pozo profundo, pues el pozo recibió daños y también el generador de electricidad. Por tal razón, pues solicitó fondos, en este caso a Rural Development. Rural Development le asignó una agencia privada, que se llama el National Rural Water Association. Esas eran las personas que los iban a orientar para alcanzar los fondos. En esa travesía de 2017 al 2019, pues tiene que reclutar un ingeniero, que esa es mi capacidad. Le sometimos un estimado a petición de ellos, de todos los daños. Obviamente, los daños tienen que corregirse, pero corregirse de acuerdo a los códigos actuales. Y así pues fue aceptado por Rural Development. Al comenzar el proceso de asignación de fondos, pues se les solicitaron los fondos con todo lo que ellos pidieron al momento, repito. Luego de eso, pues ellos nos pidieron que había que hacer un contrato. Este es el Engineer Joint Contract Document para el contrato que ellos aceptan. Ese contrato costó $200. Obviamente, pues lo paga la comunidad, porque ya el estimado ya estaba sometido. Ese contrato tiene alrededor de 200 páginas y hay que amoldarlo al tipo de contrato para el tipo de proyecto. Lo amoldamos, lo sometimos, con la sorpresa de que cuando ellos lo van a revisar, pues dicen que ese no es el contrato porque esa es la versión del 2020 y en sus procedimientos tiene que ser la del 2014. En eso pues pasan 6, 7, 8 meses. Se consigue la del 2014, vuelve y se hace el mismo procedimiento, se somete, se revisa, se da sentado como que ya es el contrato final para la asignación del resto de los fondos, porque en el interín la comunidad solicitó unos fondos de avance para solicitar el permiso de construcción, el documento ambiental y las recomendaciones de las agencias de infraestructura. Todo eso está puesto allí. Luego de eso, ese contrato va a la división legal de ellos, la cual ocurrieron otras revisiones más. En esas otras revisiones, entonces, le pidieron un seguro a la comunidad de sus facilidades, un seguro para el ingeniero y un seguro también para el contratista. Todo ese dinero de ese seguro no estaba solicitado en la propuesta. Y de ahí en adelante todo se ha detenido. Estamos a finales de 2021 y todavía no ha surgido nada. ¿Por qué no ha surgido nada? Porque cada vez que nosotros sometemos algo, nos piden algo nuevo. O sea que ellos, en vez de cooperar, porque hay millones de dólares, en este caso, en la misma situación está la comunidad Rancho Grande en Naguabo y la comunidad Doña Mayo en Barranquitas también. Todas esas comunidades son comunidades aisladas que tienen sus acueductos rurales, que los acueductos rurales no los quiere aceptar la Autoridad de Acueductos y Alcantarillado. Ellos mismos tienen que proveerse sus fondos. En el caso de Villas de Guabate, son alrededor de 25 familias que le cobran $20 semanales y si se dan cuenta son algunos $600. Y con $600 mensuales hay que clorinar, hay que mantener, hay que hacer reportes, o sea, hay trabajos.
Okay. ¿Puede entregar el paquete completo con nosotros? ¿Ya lo entregaste?
Yo voy a someter antes de enero por escrito. Pero en resumen, eso es lo que se ha dado.
Gracias.
Nuestra exposición es, eso es discrimen.
Okay. I hear you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Do I have Rafael Rodríguez Rivera? Raise your hand if you're here. Levanta la mano. Rafael Rivera? Okay. Margarita Márquez Cruz. Ay. Okay. Let me, un momentito. ¿Su nombre?
Carmen Villanueva Castro. Soy el número 10.
Okay. She's not on the list. Okay. Tell me your name. Dígame su nombre y empiece. Okay. ¿Su nombre?
Carmen Villanueva Castro.
Castro. Okay.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias. Hoy me encuentro aquí en mi rol de líder comunitaria y orgullosamente en representación como portavoz de Puerto Rico por el Derecho a una Vivienda Digna, movimiento conocido por sus siglas en español como PRODEP. Voz de más de 115 líderes comunitarios a nivel de todo el archipiélago, dentro de 79 comunidades. Quisiera dejar destacado que nuestro archipiélago no solamente pasó en estos últimos 4 años por los desastres ocasionados por el paso de los huracanes Irma y María. A esto se unió los terremotos que desde hace 2 años siguen ocurriendo en el área sur y no existe una respuesta gubernamental urgente para resolver los asuntos de falta de vivienda que están pasando miles de ciudadanos en nuestras comunidades. Además, también vivimos a petición del pueblo la renuncia de un gobernante para el verano del 2019 y nos llega también, como a todo el mundo, la pandemia del COVID-19. No creo que exista otro país en el mundo que demuestre tanta fortaleza. Claro que agradezco el espacio de poder exponer ante quienes, para mí, a mi entender, por definición, tienen la responsabilidad de velar por la protección de los derechos civiles, que incluyo los derechos sociales, económicos, culturales y ambientales. Para todos los residentes de Puerto Rico, quienes tienen que responder a las miles de quejas de fraudes en asuntos que privan a nuestros ciudadanos de esos derechos fundamentales. Precisamente quiero comenzar a resaltar acciones que le faltan a la protección de nuestros derechos civiles, algo que ocupa la atención de todos los días, al igual que en otras ocasiones y que lamentablemente ocurre sin consecuencia, con impunidad, por muchos años, que es la acusación recurrente de funcionarios públicos apropiándose para su beneficio personal de recursos públicos que debieron ser utilizados para atender las necesidades de nuestra gente. Dígame si esto no es una violación a los derechos fundamentales, según lo defino. Por eso, estos actos y muchos que pasan por apercibidos a casi 4 años del paso de los huracanes Irma y María se siguen en espera de hacer lo mínimo para reparar techos que todavía la gente tiene sin reparar. Hoy ante ustedes tengo que confesar que aún tengo los recuerdos a flor de piel de los vientos que una María a su paso devastaba toda la isla. Pero sin embargo, los huracanes solamente demostraron lo frágil de la infraestructura que por décadas sabemos que no cumpliría con la protección de la vida y activo de nuestros ciudadanos. Esto nos hace preguntarles, ¿cuánto más hay que esperar? ¿Cuántas vidas adicionales a las más de 3,000 que perdimos como resultado de la inacción de gobierno estatal, municipal y federal? También hoy, como parte de las denuncias, quiero dejar ante ustedes que mi país representa uno de los más altos tasas de desigualdad mundialmente entre quienes tienen y los que no tienen, causado principalmente por la falta de transparencia, igualdad y equidad en la distribución de los recursos del pueblo. Quisiera que hicieran justicia ante el igual trato a nuestros viejos, quienes son ciudadanos americanos y quienes son discriminados a pesar de que hacen la misma aportación a su seguro social. Quiero dejar aquí, ¿verdad?, ante ustedes, que creo que es una vergüenza para los Estados Unidos que ciudadanos como nosotros paguemos la misma cantidad y no recibamos la misma compensación. Hoy quiero denunciar ante ustedes el trato desigual que reciben nuestros residentes de la isla de municipios de Vieques y Culebra, que no cuentan con un servicio de transporte marítimo seguro y de alta calidad, además de no contar con los servicios de salud apropiados dentro de sus islas. Hoy denunciamos ante ustedes, además, que nuestro archipiélago tiene a más de 150,000 seres humanos que viven sin agua potable y que solamente están poniendo en riesgo su salud y su bienestar. Hoy aquí resaltamos en nuestra denuncia que nuestro país tiene de 6 de cada 10 niños abajo los niveles de pobreza y que los mismos no tienen solamente más que una sola comida al día. Estos niños y niñas dependen de los comedores escolares cuando están abiertos, pero la realidad es que dependen en su mayoría de organizaciones sin fines de lucro que distribuyen en las áreas alimentos. Somos el único territorio de los Estados Unidos que está obligado a usar los barcos de la Marina Mercante más cara del mundo y que productos que nosotros mismos hacemos en nuestro país tenemos que pagarlos al triple de los costos. Por eso que estamos más empobrecidos. Denunciamos que no existe en Puerto Rico una ley de expropiación forzosa que haga justicia por las tierras de nuestra gente. Es urgente atender que las reglas y guías aplicables a los fondos provenientes de FEMA, HOT y otras agencias federales sea de manera aplicable en la manera igual. Hoy, en pie, demostrando resiliencia, seguimos denunciando hasta que todas las acciones que aquí denunciamos se atiendan para hacer un país justo, equitativo para todos y todas los que vivimos aquí. Espero y tengo la esperanza que ustedes lo van a hacer.
Thank you. Gracias. Could you, okay, and your name is, ¿su nombre?
¿Ahí?
Sí.
Naida Bobonis Cabrera.
Okay. ¿Has registrado, has pasado para el cuarto 103?
Sí, yo iba después de ella.
Ok, all right. Dígame el número otra vez.
Naida Bobonis Cabrera.
Ok. Se permite, por favor, los 5 minutos.
Pensé muchas maneras de cómo empezar a comunicar lo que quería comunicar en este espacio.
Más despacio.
Perdón. Y se me hizo difícil. De las primeras cosas que recordé fue cuando comencé esta retrospección, fue mi propia experiencia.
Naida. Estoy tomando notas y ellos están escuchando por la intérprete. Tienes que ser más lento. Okay. Slower, please.
Okay. De lo primero que recordé fue el terror que sentía de que después de María llegaría a mi casa y mi casa se habría ido volando con el temporal, porque mi casa era de madera y no sabríamos si resistiría. Y al llegar la casa estaba allí. Afortunadamente solo se le había ido parte del techo de zinc y con ello el agua había entrado, pero estaba allí en pie. Gran parte del país no corrió con la misma suerte. Me encantaría poder sentarme aquí y decir que me siento confiada en que mi país va por buen camino, Me encantaría poder relatar que el proceso de recuperación ha sido exitoso, que ha cumplido con las expectativas, que mi gente tiene un hogar seguro, que tienen calidad de vida, que tienen justicia social, pero no puedo. Hoy, después de poco más de 4 años del paso de los huracanes Irma y María, no podemos decir que nuestro archipiélago está en mejor condición o siquiera en una condición estable para que todos aquellos que residimos aquí tengamos acceso a una vida digna, situación sin duda empeorada por los terremotos y por la pandemia. Ello significa que nuestras comunidades aún siguen considerablemente afectadas, con residencias en malas condiciones, toldos azules desgastados, personas afectadas con ayuda denegada. Ello se evidencia en un país con salud física y mental en deterioro, las familias separadas ante la necesidad de emigrar, muchas otras han tenido que moverse de sus comunidades. Seguimos arrastrando crisis tras crisis, evidenciado ante los ojos del resto después de cada tragedia. Ante esto, en 2018, en el verano, un grupo de líderes comunitarios nos juntamos. En aquella ocasión asistí como parte del liderato del Caño Martín Peña y me di cuenta no tan solo del poder que siempre hemos tenido en las comunidades para lograr que las cosas sucedan, sino que la razón por la cual este país se sostiene es por la virtud de la solidaridad característica de nuestro pueblo y por la capacidad de organización para lograr lo necesario. Allí nos sentamos a pensar cómo nos insertaríamos en el proceso de recuperación. Recuerdo que todavía la tragedia seguía viva. Solo habían pasado un poco más de 6 meses de que María arrasó con nosotros. Recordábamos cómo las agencias federales hicieron sentir abandonada a la gente. No facilitaron el proceso de acceso a ayudas post-desastres, a pesar de que la gente estaba en shock, desgastada, devastada, teniendo que lidiar con las complicaciones familiares y sociales que se desarrollaron a partir del desastre. Hubo gente que jamás fueron visitadas por las autoridades, otras que indicaron que se les tiraba la comida sin más. Sabíamos que las autoridades federales habían llegado, pero estaban inaccesibles, tanto por encontrarse en la capital como por no hablar nuestro lenguaje, como por la ayuda tener que ser solicitada por internet en un país donde las comunicaciones habían colapsado. Algunos seguían sin luz, muchos otros tratábamos de empezar a organizarnos mientras continuábamos apoyando a nuestros vecinos. El compromiso por luchar por nuestra tierra y su gente seguía intacto a pesar de la crisis. De ahí nació el PRODEP, que es el grupo con al que acompañamos el día de hoy, y posteriormente nació Firmes Unidos y Resilientes con la Abogacía, o FURIA, que es la organización que represento en el día de hoy. Nosotros fomentamos la resiliencia comunitaria a través de la abogacía participativa y ofrecemos servicios de educación y acompañamiento. En ese proceso de acompañamiento hemos podido identificar importantes problemáticas. 1, impedimento de acceso a la ayuda, incluyendo la ayuda inmediata de FEMA, debido a los requisitos como el asunto de la titularidad formal. 2, riesgo inminente de desplazamiento de comunidades debido a la falta de planificación integral y de considerar la posibilidad de mitigación y adaptación. 3, la dificultad para acceder a los fondos CDBGDR por requisitos estrictos en los programas, incluyendo el requisito de que sea por reembolso. 4, la designación como zona de oportunidad el 90% de este país sin considerar la necesidad de participación o visión comunitaria en el proceso. O sea, cuando decimos que el proceso de recuperación ha sido atropellado, queremos decir que vemos repetidamente este tipo de actuaciones gubernamentales, tanto a nivel local como federal, que resultan en discrimen contra personas y grupos de personas por razón de condición social, lo cual va atado al color de piel, por edad, diversidad funcional o por género. Las comunidades que más apoyo necesitan y las que menos lo están recibiendo son precisamente a las que servimos. Comunidades empobrecidas, en su mayoría compuestas por adultos mayores, muchos de ellos viviendo solos, madres solteras, personas encamadas y con un sinnúmero de complicaciones de salud. Como parte de las prioridades que hemos identificado es que haya un proceso de planificación comunitaria que asegure la permanencia de nuestra gente en sus espacios, y que la participación ciudadana permee cada uno de los procesos de recuperación, sobre todo lo que tiene que ver con CDBGDR y MIT. Y cuando hablamos de participación no es de consultas pro forma, sino que permita una fiscalización para darle el insumo y que ello sea considerado por el gobierno. Voy a culminar.
¿El último parágrafo?
Sí. Nuestras comunidades han sido resilientes ante toda una historia de discriminación y violencia institucional, pero ha sido un alto costo. Los sentimientos de alarma y de estrés postraumático afectan nuestras vidas, como cuando hubo los apagones y las gasolineras estaban abarrotadas. La frustración y el dolor son palpables, como cuando recordamos lo sucedido y se nos hace un nudo en la garganta. La urgencia de completar los programas no funciona si se pasa por alto lo fundamental, que la gente tiene que ser parte integral del proceso. Nosotros tenemos la voluntad, solo falta que el gobierno asuma su deber ministerial para que esto se logre. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. Thank you. Now we've got another list of folk. I want to thank this group very, very much, but thank you. We listened, we hear you, and we're going to ask the next group to take your seats, okay? So thank you.
Thank you.
La luz se prende cuando terminan de hablar.
Welcome. Okay, so before you each have 5 minutes, so you don't read the whole presentation. No lo lees todo. Por favor, me da un resumen de lo que están platicando y explicando. Y empieza cuando das su nombre y lo ponen por escrito y puedes explicar lo que quieres comunicar con nosotros, ¿ok? Empezamos aquí, su nombre y
mi nombre,
empiece.
buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Margarita Márquez Cruz. Nunca pensé estar en un foro así, ¿verdad?
¿Ah, sí? Sí,
pero
un foro.
yo confío en Dios.
Okay.
Y vengo porque ya estoy cansada.
No,
Entiendo todo. Yo vengo de parte de muchos, del pueblo de Puerto Rico, que hemos solicitado ayuda. Solicité FEMA, dijo que yo no perdí nada. Tu Arena se dice que yo perdí más de lo que ellos dan, que tampoco me ayudaron. Y ahora, pues, R3. Ellos llegaron a Bayamón un día como hoy, y al otro día yo fui, desde esa vez, pues, llevé todo, no debo nada, todo está bien. Pues, no tenía dónde vivir, pues, vivía en casa de mi mamá, en un cuartito, pero se mojaba. Yo dormía en la cama, se me mojaba hasta la cama. Pues me fui para Bayamón, para los Jenny, ahí tuve 2 años, pero en esos 2 años, pues ya tú sabes, tirar en el piso, porque cuando tiroteaban, teníamos que tirarnos, porque eso era un sitio, pero hasta ahí Dios nos ayudó y me cuidó ahí. Entonces, pues mis hijos me mandaron a Texas con ellos, le pusieron apartamento, todo bien. Sí, cuarto, todo. Mi hija me compró todo y mi hijo. Y tuve que viajar porque R3 me dijo que yo tenía que estar aquí para las inspecciones. Y entonces pues, yo dije, pues, van a tener que entregarlo porque yo no sé el tiempo que se van a tardar. Pues entregué el apartamento, que vivía como una reina. Gracias a Dios que mis hijos, son pocos que hacen eso con los padres. Entonces, pues ahora mi hermano me recibió acá en Puerto Rico, tuve 3 meses con él. O sea, que estoy como rodando de un sitio para otro y no era. Ya yo no estoy para rodar, yo no soy bola. Entonces, Estados Unidos le envió ese dinero a Puerto Rico, el dinero está. Entonces, ¿qué están esperando? ¿Qué están esperando? Porque hicieron las inspecciones. Cada vez que hicieron las inspecciones, mire, cuando me dicen, de 2 a 6 semanas, me hicieron la segunda, de 2 a 6 semanas. La tercera, no veo nada. Sí, no es por mi parte, porque yo voy y hago mis gestiones, yo no debo nada, como digo ahora. Entonces, ¿a quién yo le voy a dejar esa lucha que yo tengo? Bueno, yo no, todo, porque nos duele el alma nos duele, porque la ayuda está, miren, ese dinero es de ustedes. Hagan lo que tienen que hacer, porque con el dinero que han mandado es para restablecer a todo Puerto Rico. Yo creo que 2 veces y 3. Entonces, no, que mañana pasa por aquí, y la otra excusa es que las evaluaciones no han llegado. Como yo fui, el último día que fui a Bayamón fue el día 2 de diciembre. Y dice aquí, solicito la solución de mi situación de vivienda. Estoy ya cansada. No, es física y emocionalmente. Porque yo se lo digo, mira, ustedes viven en casas buenas. Ustedes gustarían que sus hijos, su familia pasaran, ¿verdad? Yo no soy hija ni vecina, ni amiga del gobernador, ni del alcalde. Yo soy hija de Dios. ¿Ah? Escuchen nuestra voz, porque ustedes están ahí para eso, porque le están pagando, no es de gratis que ellos están ahí. Entonces yo entiendo que entre más ellos se tarden en resolvernos el problema de nosotros, ellos están cobrando, porque de gratis ellos no están ahí. ¿Sí? ¿Por quién yo tengo que esperar para que me resuelvan? A mí nada más no. Porque cuando yo vine en el avión, se ve Puerto Rico lleno de tordos. Lo que tú ves es eso, tordos. Y sin techo, entonces. ¿En quién estoy esperando yo que hay? Por eso vine aquí a ver si ustedes pueden ayudarnos. Si esta voz de nosotros puede ir más allá para saber, porque el dinero está.
¿Algo más?
No. Que espero que nos ayude, que esta voz, nosotros, que venimos a ponernos eso, porque yo nunca pensé estar aquí.
No,
pero lo hice porque mi necesidad, la necesidad de ellos, y otra cosa, ellos quieren mandar una ayuda a servicios sociales para que sea que, mire, todavía en el campo, en el centro de la isla, hay gente que todavía se acuestan sin comer, que los cupones allí, la ayuda no llegan. Legislen para eso, que se metan allí, al medio de Puerto Rico, que hay gente que todavía que cocina con leña, que no tienen una estufa, que no tienen que comer. Vean eso, necesidades pobres, que eso no se está viendo. Y pongan gente en el gobierno que mira que se tiren, y que tengan sentimiento de lo que es la pobreza. Mientras ellos tengan dinero en su bolsillo, ellos no saben si comemos, si dormimos, que si llueve o si no llueve y si nos mojamos. Yo espero que esa voz, pues, ustedes la lleven a otro sitio más y nos ayuden.
Gracias.
Dios me los bendiga a todos y perdone, pero yo nunca he hablado, pero perdonen.
Bendiga usted. Blessings to you too. We saw what you saw. Vimos lo que viste usted. Los toldos donde quiera. Those tarps on all. We saw that with our own eyes. So we're so very happy that you came again to talk to us again. Gracias. Gracias. ¿Su nombre, señor?
Hello? Is the mic on?
Yes.
Are we able to
You're good.
take out the
you
mask?
have to keep the mask on.
Okay.
Okay, please.
My name is Andres Santiago Cruz. I am the owner of Abuelitos Construction, central in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Originally, when I was called here by my stepmother, I could not come immediately. I was working for the Chicago Public Schools. During the 2017-2018 winter break, I was able to come. Of course, it was not a vacation. It was to come here and fix the driveway roof, the 3 apartments that my father made for my stepmother so that she could live and be able to sustain herself. At that time, she was alone. Everybody moved out from the apartments. Her family left to the Dominican Republic, and the 2 tenants were not able to stay in the apartments that were destroyed. I came. When I arrived, I was working for the Chicago Public Schools, and I always get contracts on the side as a contractor. I came here so exhausted that when I looked at the job, I was like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? I went to sleep. I remember I woke up in the morning, and sometimes you have to rest to see what you need to do. And I told my stepmother that I will fix Uva's apartment, one of her code workers, so that he could move in and fix the marquesina, the roof to the marquesina, and the gate to the marquesina, because she felt unsafe. There was a lot of crime during that time as well. I was able to, within those 2 weeks, she even told me to go to Yabucoa, go to Moca, like I usually would do during the holidays. I told her, no, God wants me to stay right here, with her. And she she saw me working very hard. Then I was told I would come frequently after that 2018 school break, where I came up to maybe 6 times afterwards to fix the other apartment, to fix another apartment that's roof was leaking, and to do many other repairs. I actually was able to find Interamericanas, and I became a student here at the law school. And back then, my stepmother mentioned that she'll give me money when FEMA comes. Till today, I have not received any funds. I don't know what to do. I know we've been taking care of the title matter with the property, and it's become a matter where I'm still waiting for the title of the property. I'm sure many people here in Puerto Rico, like me, do not even know what to do until today. I've heard many discussions, and I think that it's very important to give these resources so that we can know how to submit our receipts, our expenses, the labor that we pay for, so that if there is funds available for us, even that have claims today, that can show the proof of the work they've done, how can we do that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Su nombre?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Najosa, and I'm the Director of Research for the Center for Puerto Rican Studies at CUNY Hunter College. I thank you for the opportunity to present you before my testimony as a researcher on FEMA's role in disaster preparedness and response to Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. My role is to manage projects related to Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico and the U.S. mainland, and to integrate GIS capabilities at the Center for Puerto Rican Studies. As a geographer by training, my second role is to develop with my team GIS platforms, such as web map applications, and to integrate Puerto Rico's social, demographic, disaster, and economic related data with GIS mapping capabilities to address the current and future challenges related to post-Hurricane Maria. Therefore, to get to the point, data is very important, especially reliable data, and especially to see if any civil rights implications to disaster relief were violated, especially among the marginalized and isolated communities who are often overlooked. Therefore, we need the following. Data sets collected by FEMA should include geographic distributions of individuals by race, color, national origin, age, and disability status, and language. We need data related to denied FEMA claims to see where they were denied and if this is really and truly a central or rural issue. For example, it's difficult to know who and where FEMA claims were denied and who did not receive any access to aid. This is valuable insight and a much needed one today. We need better data transparency and data standardization when collecting information from individuals and households seeking aid, especially when it comes to location, but at the same time, protecting identities and locations. I would like to note we've been fortunate at times and via FOIA requests to develop a communication line with FEMA and obtaining data, but it's still not enough. To end this, it is important to systematically synchronize data collection and develop a user-friendly platform to enable not only researchers, but also community leaders, advocacy groups, and community residents, citizens, nonprofits who are on the ground to access such important information related to disasters in their own communities and the impact it had on their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your name, su nombre?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es la señora Modesta Irizarry.
Bienvenidos.
Gracias.
No llore.
Para mí es un honor estar aquí junto a los compañeros y al escuchar a la compañera he recordado todo lo que hemos pasado por el huracán María, pero sobre todas las cosas quiero agradecer este espacio, esta oportunidad que nos dan hoy. Gracias a las compañeras de Ayuda Legal Puerto Rico por la invitación también, y las demás compañeras que estuvieron en los foros de la mañana, que han sido de mucho apoyo para nuestras comunidades. Y hay que reconocer el trabajo que han hecho durante todo este tiempo. He estado compungida porque es muy lamentable tener que volver a recordar por todas las situaciones que tuvo que pasar nuestro país y nuestras comunidades, donde se suponía que en una tragedia, con los servicios que llegaron, con los fondos que se aprobaron, nuestra gente pudiera estar mejor de lo que estaban. Lamentablemente, como hemos expresado en otros foros, ha dolido mucho la corrupción en nuestro país, con todo el dinero que se ha malversado, mal utilizado, para ayudar a nuestra gente a tener una vivienda digna, tener buenos servicios de salud, y que por insistencia de una agencia federal como FEMA, insistieran en no dar servicio por las personas no tener un documento accesible, títulos de propiedad, y con un protocolo tan estricto en medio de una tragedia donde mucha gente se lucró del dolor de las comunidades para beneficiarse, que es el resultado que estamos teniendo todavía hoy día con nuestro gobierno, donde hay que reconocer que gracias a entidades sin fines de lucro se pudo ayudar a nuestras comunidades a seguir hacia adelante. Y muy lamentable cómo se vio tanto alimento escondido, tantas cosas que se recibieron de ayuda de diferentes lugares para que la gente pudiera estar bien en medio de una crisis tan terrible. Y como se ha expresado anteriormente, tenemos gente de la montaña que hoy día no tienen los servicios de salud correspondientes, los servicios de transportación, los servicios y acceso a una escuela accesible para poder estudiar nuestros niños. Igual ha pasado en muchas comunidades hoy día. Y es muy triste ver, en experiencia personal, cómo las personas de la tercera edad le piden a muchos líderes comunitarios, como nosotros, que tenemos acceso el tú a tú con la gente, no tener aún poder para reparar sus hogares o que no haya el recurso humano para esto. Por eso exigimos que nuestra gente tenga vivienda digna, que nuestros ancianos no tengan que estar mendigando por unos servicios que ya se merecen, que nuestros servicios de salud sean los mejores, mejor transportación, que todavía hay muchos pueblos que no tienen transportación. Loíza tiene solamente el servicio de la AMA y el transporte público aún no está accesible. El servicio de educación hay que mejorarlo. Con tantos fondos que ha recibido esta agencia, todavía nuestros niños se están reuniendo muy poco tiempo en las escuelas, aún con la situación que ha pasado. Experiencias como las de Tu Hogar Renace, que fue bien terrible. Cómo robaron tanto dinero para reparar un inodoro de un costo exorbitante de $1,000, $2,000, algo que costaba ni cientos de dólares o $200. Por eso es que hay que evaluar todo esto. Los medios de comunicación, como aún las redes de comunicación, de la telefonía, de las emisoras locales, aún cobrando servicios a los ciudadanos, de aparentemente dar un buen servicio que no es correcto. Por eso, en esta tarde, quiero aprovechar para reconocer el trabajo sobrehumano que hicieron nuestros líderes comunitarios, las entidades sin fines de lucro. Mi aplauso y mi respeto para mis compañeros y mis compañeras que hoy día dieron cátedra para el huracán María y todavía lo estamos haciendo. Y agradezco también a una organización que todavía hoy nos está ayudando como Cáritas de Puerto Rico por el servicio, que aún seguimos en la distribución de alimentos porque la gente se cree que la pobreza tiene que ver con niños desnutridos, mal vestidos en la calle, y hay que leer bien el informe de pobreza que salió recientemente en nuestro país. Así que gracias y solicito respeto para cada ciudadano de Puerto Rico que no tiene que mendigar nada a los Estados Unidos ni al Congreso, porque nosotros somos seres humanos. Gracias.
Gracias a usted. Thank you. Thank you. We have a speaker. Was the microphone?
I just want to make a little.
Oh,
So,
very brief.
No, I was just going to say for Andres and I can't remember here. I'm so sorry.
Modesta?
If you have instances where you filed with FEMA and you didn't hear anything, or your mother did, make sure that you give your contact information to someone on our staff back there, so that we can take a look at that possibly for you.
Si ustedes pidieron una solicitud y nadie les contestó, por favor, darnos esos informes y ponga algo por escrito y we need that. Lo que ustedes saben es algo muy importante para nosotros.
Hubo gente que le aprobaron supuestos préstamos y nunca recibieron el dinero.
Yeah.
Yo nunca he recibido nada, mi casa no, yo perdí, está mi nevera, mi estufa, todo lo que yo perdí está allí. No tengo techo, yo no tengo nada, donde agarrar un toldo. Yo no tengo nada donde agarrar un toldo.
Okay. Pero when you all write a complaint, or when you all write about what you wrote today, if you could think of more things to put down on paper for us, that we would really would look forward to hearing that. Yes.
Is this the email?
Yes.
Send it before the 10th.
Okay. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. Gracias. ¿Hay alguien más que quiere presentar su... Sí, señor. Diga su nombre, por favor. Your name, please.
My name is William Rosado Ramos. My number is 15. And please, I'm going to continue in Spanish.
Yes, por favor, sí.
Yo soy de la tercera edad, como dicen por ahí. Estoy comenzando en ella, solamente 6'9". Aparte de eso, handicap. Estoy en diversidad funcional, como ya se nota. Y vivo en una calle sin salida. De todas las viviendas, la mía es la última, de donde todo el mundo tiene que girar para volver a salir. En este momento yo puedo decirle a todos ustedes que por allí no he visto a nadie, ni de mi país, ni de Estados Unidos, ni de ningún sitio que haya venido a preguntar cómo yo estoy. Nadie ha llevado allí un plato de comida. He pedido asistencia porque anteriormente estuve 3 años una persona en mi casa que hacía las labores de la casa, cocinaba, lavaba mi ropa, y en ocasiones que no podía salir de la cama, pues esta persona tenía que bañarme en la cama. Es vergonzoso que en este tiempo, hoy, tengamos nosotros que venir a declarar cosas que todo el mundo sabe. Esto no es nuevo. Y no solamente que se dé en Puerto Rico, sé que en muchos de los estados también están pasando por la misma historia. Pero es irracional, inhumano, que las personas tengan que estar mendigando, pidiendo favores, cuando dieron su vida, porque también fui militar. ¿De qué sirve uno haber trabajado militarmente o en el servicio público aquí en Puerto Rico cuando uno se encuentra abandonado? Los hijos que yo crié, todos se fueron de Puerto Rico, no quieren saber de Puerto Rico. Se sienten incómodos, se sienten rechazados, humillados. Pues viven donde ellos creen que pueden desarrollarse, están trabajando. Hay dos que tienen iglesia, pues están dando lo que ellos saben. Pero venir a Puerto Rico y ver tantos torlos azules desde arriba y ir casa por casa en donde se pudo llegar, porque hay sitios que todavía no se puede entrar, están inaccesibles. En mi casa, la casa se agrietó y me dieron $25,000 para empezar a reparar la casa y al final me dicen, tu casa hay que tumbarla, pero sale sobre $200,000 tumbarla y hacerla nueva. ¿No prefieres mejor mudarte en otro sitio que te podemos conseguir? Te damos hasta $250,000, pero te tienes que ir. Yo le dije, si llevo aquí más de 35 años, me siento cómodo porque tengo que dejar el sitio que ya yo conozco para ir a conocer otros lares. Y estoy todavía que no he podido comenzar a pagar el préstamo de $25,000 a SBA y vino la pandemia y me trancó también por el otro lado. Y estoy deseoso de pagar esa deuda porque no es que no soporte, pero me siento incómodo el que no reciba ayuda, asistencia de ningún sitio y todo el dinero tengo que invertir en tapar grietas, en remover escombros y hacer 1000 maravillas en mi casa, porque la persona que me atendía se fue también para Texas, ahora está en Nueva York. O sea, no entiendo. Puerto Rico lo hace mejor. Siempre has dicho eso. Pero ¿en dónde? Estoy esperando que me digan dónde lo hacen mejor. Ahora mismo no tenemos escuela. Hay que cambiar el sistema que tenemos escolar. Está, como decimos el buen borincano, old fashioned. No sirve. Hay que usar nuevas estrategias para traer a los estudiantes a estudiar. A los viejitos por ahí hay que ir casa por casa y hacer un censo para ver dónde residen, dónde viven, si están alimentados, quiénes los están asistiendo. Si no hacen un censo y encuentran dónde viven cada uno, un día de esto viene otra María y vamos a perder más viejitos. Si esa es la estrategia de que se mueran los viejitos, pues no hagamos nada. Sentémonos a esperar. Mi opinión, tenemos que hacer unos cambios drásticos en salud, en las escuelas, con las personas mayores. ¿Cuántos niños por aquí hoy en día se han afectado después de María para acá y lo están ingresando en hospitales porque le dan unos ataques de momento y lo ingresan en el hospital y base a pastillas lo mantienen? Medicamentos. Todo el mundo va a estar bajo medicamentos. No hay otra forma que podamos nosotros terminar con la situación que tenemos. Y disculpe si me estoy extralimitando en el tiempo. ¿Voy bien en el tiempo? Gracias a ustedes.
Gracias para sus palabras y para usted apoyando por su pueblo. Gracias. Thank you for your words and for your advocacy for your communities. Gracias. Gracias. Am I missing any other speakers? ¿Hay alguien más que ya tiene intención de hablar? Okay, not hearing any more speakers. Thank you all who have contributed thus far to the public comment period. We're going to pause for a 10-minute break. Are we going to do the break? We're done? We're done. Okay. I am leading and they're leading me. Okay, thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists, everyone who took the time to join us today to submit their public comment on this very, very important topic. It's been tremendously informative. And on behalf of the entire commission, I want to thank everyone who shared their time today and their expertise, and for each community member for sharing very personal parts of their lives. I also want to thank the commission staff for the efforts they've made in the last few months to pull this briefing together alongside with our partners here in Puerto Rico. And I thank the staff in advance because they're going to keep working for their efforts to distill the information presented in this briefing and to incorporate it into the report. I'm very, very grateful for all this hard work. The recording for this briefing, the record for this briefing will stay open for the next 30 days. If panelists or members of the public would like to submit materials, they can submit them to the commission, but it can't be later than January 10, 2020. Okay? And the email to send any updated information, 2022. Thank you. The email address is mariabriefing@usccr.gov. mariabriefing@usccr.gov. Or you can send it regular mail to OCRE/public comments to the attention of Maria Briefing at the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Our address in Washington, D.C. is 1331 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest, Suite 1150, Washington, D.C. 20425. We encourage the use of email for providing the public comments. Do not come to the office. Do not drop by. You will not find me at the office because due to COVID, we're all going to be safe and we're going to continue to wearing our masks until we are told that everyone has been protected and is safe. So thank you all, and the briefing has ended, and I get to use this. Gracias. Thank you.